this year as your program director. I think that you will agree with me that the opening act for this morning was quite fitting for the occasion and also fitting for this particular day, as we do turn the calendar into the month of December. I saw a few people moving and swaying a little bit. I think that we're a little bit restricted by the suits that we're wearing. I'm one of them. But suffice to say, can I ask you to give another warm applause for our award-winning act, in fact, award-winning musician and composer, Monde Mustwane, also with the gent on the percussion, Mr. Jason Ward. I think they're still behind us, so can we just let them know that we see them? We see them, and yeah, we certainly, if we meet them again, we'll certainly show up a lot more differently. We won't be glued to our seats and our chairs. Ladies and gents, I also would like to acknowledge the Deputy Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation of South Africa, who will be joining us in a short while. We had an important address, of course, from our President yesterday, and therefore there are some overhangs, I believe, in terms of meetings, but when the Minister does make his way inside, we'll certainly give him a warm welcome. I'd like to welcome and acknowledge, of course, the executive of Telkom, who have graciously hosted and who will be graciously hosting us for the next 3 days. The gracious sponsors, of course, who are in support of the vision. I would also like to tell the academic fraternity, we see you, and the students whose work we are certainly looking forward to engaging in as well. We see you, yourselves as distinguished guests, and my fellow colleagues in the media industry. Welcome to Satnac 2025. And so a fitting video, I think, that we were just observing, taking us a little bit through the history of Satnac and what it has been about throughout the years and what it has aimed to achieve. And when I was reflecting on your theme for last year, I realized that the theme for this year has gotten a little bit heavier. So essentially, you have moved from speaking about AI in a hyper-connected world last year to additional thematics this year around sustainability, around resilience, around next generation digital infrastructure, around digital technology. Essentially, where I'm going with this is that there is a lot to discuss in the next 2 days. I'm sure you're quite excited about it, but I also would like to add the disclaimer that it's December. And I think all the bosses in the room would know that this is when the workers will tell you that, "Ke December, boss." And essentially what that means is that we take it easy this month because we have been pushing and grinding hard for the past 11. But with that said, anybody who has done yoga or Pilates will know that you can be equally as effective and productive without breaking a sweat. And so I'm hoping that we're going to apply the yoga and Pilates method into your program. Next generation digital infrastructure. So the theme, next generation, you're going to be feeling it quite a bit with all the immersive experiences that are on the agenda for the next 2 days. Some of you might have actually interacted with them outside in the exhibition area, and for those of you who haven't, I encourage you to do so. We're about to have an immersive experience right now. Before we do get to it, I do have just 1 or 2 mentions regarding housekeeping that I want to bring your attention to. The Wi-Fi. Many of us, I think, are on the Southern Sun Wi-Fi. That is fine. If you're looking for a connection that's a little bit stronger, please feel free to connect to Telkom 1 5G, I believe it is. That's a lot stronger. It's Telkom 1 5G. The password is Satnac 2025, I believe, right? Satnac 2025, all in capital letters. So I'll give you a few moments to do so. Any of you who would like to share your experience of today, the speeches, the presentations, the panel discussions, the exhibitions, the walkarounds with your community on social media, please feel free to do so. Just allow us to be in that experience with you also. The hashtag that we would like you to use so that we can pick up on all of that is Satnac 2025. And once again, the app. I asked this question yesterday, I'm going to repeat it. How many of you have got the app on your phone, downloaded, ready, installed, implemented? Okay, and you guys are giving me the same answer again. Again, it's the minority. So for the rest of you, please do so, because it's got up-to-date information on how we'll be engaging for the next 2 days, including some of the immersive experiences that we'd like to have you participate in. And so, Minister, Deputy Minister, sir, you are welcome. Thank you so much for your time, sir. And you came just at the right time, sir, because we are with experts in the technology field who are going to ensure that we as individuals and also the country, of course, are not left behind in this digital revolution and evolution that is taking place. Does everyone have a virtual reality set of glasses either in front of you or you had it on your chair when you walked in? Is that yes? Okay, fantastic, because I'm going to need you to use them right now. Okay, anyone who hasn't used them before, just like me, it's going to be my first experience. Follow my prompt, except I also would like to say that there's absolutely no pressure to use the virtual reality glasses. You can actually watch the video that we're about to see on the screen normally. And I'm saying this specifically for people who may, like me, sometimes suffer from motion sickness, or sometimes suffer from a form of dizziness. So if you're a sensitive person to such experiences, please feel free to watch the video on your screen. If you're not a sensitive person, right, no, you can't watch it. I need to, hey, you guys are so forward. I need to tell you what you need to do first. All right, so you're gonna connect your phones. For those of you who haven't used it before, right, you'll connect your phones into it. Are the phones connected? Do you know how? Okay, because I also didn't know how. So what that means is that you're gonna take your phone out of the patch, if your phone, like mine, is in a patch. So it needs to be free, right? Okay. Okay, perfect. And so when it is free, you'll see there's a knob on the side of the glass that allows you to pull in and pull out. So take it out. And the idea is that you'll be able to connect your phone. There's a little bit of a lever in the middle that moves ups and down. So it will be able to accommodate the size of the phone that you have. Just make sure that you've got the camera, your camera glasses or your camera lenses, as it were, on the outside, and that the phone is snug and it's fitting. Is that good? Okay. So now you know how to put it in and out. I'm going to ask you to take it out because there's a process that I skipped. It's the QR code. So the video that we're going to be watching, you're going to connect to it via the QR code that is on the screen. So can I ask you to scan the QR code? So that means zooming in a little bit with your cameras. Those of you whose phones, particularly at the back, is not able to pick up on the zoom, there are signposters of the QR code on either sides of the wall, also on the back, so feel free to zoom in there if it's a lot easier. Okay, let me know once we're together in terms of the YouTube page that you should be landing on. So I'm going to... Are we together? I heard a few no's, so I'll give other people a few moments. Are we together? No. Someone has already started playing the video. Don't start to play. We need to be in this immersion together. Are we together? Yes. Regalfella. Okay, because I'm hearing the video playing, so I'm imagining that we could move to the next step. So next step, as I said, ladies and gents, put the phone back into the cover. Okay, slip the and then, but before you put the actual phone back into the slip, make sure that you press play on the cover. I'm just having a few challenges connecting to the video. But you need to have pressed play. Okay. So we're slipping it back inside. Mind your actual phone screens, and obviously you put the... Yes, but the idea also is to put the, use this elastic and put it around your head so you can like goggle properly. Are we together? You guys look so cool. You're looking like something out of an AI movie. Okay. Yeah.
Africa's ascent is not only about growth, it's about balance. Progress that is sustainable is Africa's ascent, a journey of unity and possibility, where every connection is a step forward, every innovation a new opportunity,
Yeah.
and every challenge a chance to build something incredible. Welcome to the future of Africa. Welcome to Satnac 2025.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay. Okay, I'm going to just give it a few moments more. I see a few colleagues still watching the video, so I'm going to give it just a few moments more before we continue. Okay. So maybe 10 seconds or so more. Okay. What did you think? Okay. Okay, so for those of you who haven't yet had the time to complete it, it's fine. You can do so also throughout the coffee breaks and so, but we need to push on with the program. Some of you are taking a little longer than others to watch it. I don't know to what degree you're still watching it or to what degree maybe you're nursing a heavy night last night, pretending like we don't see you. Either way, it's okay. So that's just one of the many experiences that you can look forward to and you can engage with as you emerge and immerse yourself in this next generation technology. An interesting thing also about the video that you watched is that it was generated by AI. using AI. In fact, I'm told that the only element of the video that was not AI was the voice. It does, of course, speak to where we're going. You can rate it in that regard based on the fact that you do know how it was composed, and let us know your feedback. And we can also converse about what this does mean for our own futures in this digital reality. But on that note, the video did tease a little bit about Satnac conference, why we are here, but more specifically the theme. And a lady who right now will speak to the theme exactly and unpack it for us, and also help us understand why it has expanded, particularly so much so from what you guys met and conversed about this time last year. Ladies and gents, the person who has this very important task of ensuring that we are on her page, of course, is Dr. Maki Jantjies, Group Executive for Innovation and Transformation at Telkom South Africa. Let's listen in to a little bit about what she does for those of you who don't know as she makes her way up.
The Satnac chairperson is a leading South African computer scientist and a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader. She drives Telkom Group's digital innovation, focusing on ensuring the African perspective influences global emerging technologies like AI, big data, and extended reality. Please welcome the force behind Telkom's digital evolution, Dr. Maki Jantjies.
We all came here with one goal: connect every corner of our home.
And we're just getting started.
Together, this is the promised land.
Welcome to Networks 4.0. You must be AI?
Correct. Artificial intelligence. But you can call me Bra AI. I'm here to improve margins and cut costs.
The CFO is going to love you.
You are exactly what we need. Can you increase profitability and automate processes?
With predictive models and optimization, I can improve EBITDA margins and operational excellence.
A direct path to bonus season.
To begin, I'll need clean and organized data sets.
We have 47 spreadsheets, 2 legacy systems, and a USB from 2012.
Let's collaborate across departments.
We don't share data. You'll need to fill in 6 weeks of forms.
Time to roll out automation. Will it replace my job?
We've always done it this way.
If it needs training, the answer, no.
Bra AI, have you improved EBITDA yet?
I've only been here 3 hours.
So, no magic?
Strategic magic takes time.
Let's fix governance, collaboration, infrastructure, change management, and expectations.
Leadership finally understands the real requirement.
With the right foundations, AI transforms the business. Optimization, productivity, happy customers, and rising revenue. For large corporations, AI integration struggles. Legacy systems and data silos mean most pilot projects fail to reach full deployment, but the risk of underinvesting is profound. Now, we hear from Sundar Pichai on AI's future.
No company will be left unscathed if the artificial intelligence boom collapses. That was the warning from the CEO of Google owner Alphabet, Sundar Pichai. He made the claim during a BBC interview published Tuesday.
No company is going to be immune, including us. If you overinvest, we'll have to work through that phase.
Pichai said he thought Google could cope if a possible bubble burst, and further called the current wave of AI investment an extraordinary moment. While he said there might be some elements of irrationality in the market, Pichai was positive about the future for AI technology.
It's also true when we go through these investment cycles, there are moments we overshoot, right, collectively as an industry. We can look back at the internet right now. There was clearly a lot of excess investment. but none of us would question whether the internet was profound or did it drive a lot of impact. It's fundamentally changed how we work digitally as a society. I expect AI to be the same.
That was an AI-generated video. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Ndade Seisomohai, the Telkom Group Chairman, the Telkom Group CEO, and our ExCo leaders sitting here in front, industry leaders and government leaders represented here today, Mr. Raymond Crown, representing the Vice Chancellor for the University of the Western Cape, as well as universities which we partner with through the Center of Excellence programs, the distinguished academics and students who form a critical part of this conference, all esteemed guests in the room, streaming on SABC from South Africa, from the continent, and in the world, all protocol observed. Welcome to Satnac 2025. As we host this conference in Africa and South Africa, as leading experts and practitioners within our field, we do also have to contend with a reality that fundamentally impacts parts of our continent. The triple challenges: poverty, inequality, high youth unemployment. Therefore, access to digital infrastructure and technological power cannot be separated from the context in which it is rooted in. This year's theme, Africa's Ascent towards sustainable, resilient future, enabled by secure next-generation infrastructure, digital technology, and artificial intelligence, reflects a global shift. Organizations have fairly moved beyond the initial AI hype and are now asking a single critical question: what real measurable value can AI deliver for both business and for society? Here at home, we're already seeing public and private examples of AI shaping sectors in both government and private sector, with our government leading the draft paper on the National AI Policy Framework. We've seen practical examples applied across different sectors. In healthcare, we're seeing AI triage and radiology tools accelerating diagnosis of TB and breast cancer. In agriculture, we're seeing precision farming, platforms yielding prediction and climate resilience in a time where climate change is a stark reality. In financial services, AI-driven fraud detection, reducing digital crime across our major banks within the country, in the continent, and in the world. In the retail sector, we're seeing predictive analytics, optimizing stock, and helping to reduce waste. But in some quarters, there are some fair skepticism on whether to equate AI to the revolution of the dot-com bubble, whether it is another inflated revolution marked by unrealistic valuations and predictions. Leaders are right to have these questions. Rising compute and storage costs, nearly 50% of global AI pilots failing to scale, skills shortage across the continent which are needed to fuel and power this revolution, data fragmentation across sectors, and the significant environmental footprint that comes with training large language models. These concerns are real and they're very responsible. While fair to speculate, history is also clear. Countries and companies don't fall behind because they move too fast. They fall behind because they adapt too slowly. For Africa, facing supply chain fragility, limited access to semiconductors and cloud infrastructure, building local capacity becomes mission critical. We must secure our own research pipelines, digital infrastructure, skills, and intellectual property. For more than 3 decades, Telkom has been a mission-critical institution. As networks become AI-driven, cloud-native, and intelligence-centered, Telkom's role deepens, enabling secure next-generation digital capability for the country. This is why Satnac is such an important gathering. It is South Africa's only formally recognized industry academic telecoms research forum, where evidence meets strategy, where young scientists connect with industry. Over the next 2 days, global and local leaders will explore AI, sustainability, cybersecurity, cloud intelligence. We've had our first experience of the immersive technologies that are being built by experts. That was actually a showcasing by an SMME, which we gave an opportunity to showcase that, who we partnered with. Immersive technologies. We're also excited to be led into a conversation on future-proofing ourselves with our Futurist Graham, who will be leading us in this conversation. As we advance, we must confront AI's environmental footprint, its energy use, cooling demands, data center impact. The stark climate change is visible. People wearing coats in Pretoria in summer, Cape Townians scorching hot, high temperatures in summer. These are just clear examples of the impact of climate change. A clarion call for us to innovate responsibly, ensuring digital progress does not compromise ecological and societal stability. Finally, investments into platforms such as Satnac, they build trust with society. They deepen institutional credibility. They create a resilient national foundation that we depend on as a collective. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the local organizing committee, which has worked so hard to ensure that you have an impactful, meaningful conference, your partnership and leadership are valued in this conference. We'd like to wish you a wonderful conference ahead. Thank you.
And thank you, Madame Yankisa, for that very clear explainer and context of exactly why we are here, but exactly why the particular theme was chosen. And ladies and gentlemen, your opinions and your presence is valued here so much that Satnac has also, again, through the app, asked for feedback on how to make things better for you, more specifically how you're feeling at this present moment in time and what you are looking forward to for the next 2 days. So do feel free, as the speakers are doing their thing up here, just to let us know so that we can try and meet you as much as is possible. So it's on the app, and it will be through a poll, in actual fact, that we are running, and we'll be running a couple of polls throughout the day. So just let us know what you're feeling, how you're feeling rather, and what you are looking forward to the most right now. As we move on, I would like to hand over the stage to a gentleman who will be delivering the welcome address, Mr. Raymond Crown, Director for Information and Communication Services from the University of the Western Cape.
Director of Information and Communication Services at the University of the Western Cape. With nearly 3 decades in ICT, Raymond is a specialist in digital transformation and the modernization of complex enterprise systems across Africa. Please welcome Raymond Crown.
Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful Monday, first day of December, first day of summer. And I appreciate that everyone has had the privilege to enjoy the Western Cape for those that came in. So welcome to our Program Director, Honorable Deputy Minister, esteemed Telkom leadership, members of the Satnac Local Organizing Committee, our academic partners, industry sponsors, colleagues from across the ICT sector, and especially the students and young researchers in this room. Welcome to Cape Town. We gather here today at a time when South Africa's digital future is not an abstract idea, but a very real set of choices about investment, skills, infrastructure, and innovation. And Satnac has become one of the places where those choices are discussed openly, rigorously, and with evidence on the table. For me, and for all of us who have walked this journey, Satnac remains one of the few forums that consistently brings research, industry, and policy into the same room with a shared purpose: to strengthen South Africa's digital capability. This is what makes this conference special, and that is why it has endured. Over 27 years, Satnac has proven that it's not only a ceremonial event. This is not a conference of slogans and photo opportunities. Satnac is a technical, research-driven forum. It has stayed relevant because it has stayed anchored into the Center of Excellence program and the real needs of our ICT sector. Year after year, the work presented here has helped shape thinking on telecommunications engineering and network design, digital and cloud infrastructure, and on emerging technologies that are now central to our competitiveness. And it is done so with remarkable consistency. I often describe it in this way: Satnac provides the discipline of continuity year after year. Research meets application, and application informs policy. That discipline is rare. It means that when we gather here, we are not starting from scratch. We are building on a body of work, a set of partnerships, and a culture of collaboration that has been carefully cultivated over decades. If anyone ever asks whether this model works, we can point them to the Centers of Excellence program and its measurable outcomes. As mentioned before, since 1997, the Center of Excellence program has supported 3,641 postgraduates, including 410 women, and 691 individuals from previously disadvantaged backgrounds. Together, this community has produced more than 7,300 research outputs, from journal papers and conference submissions to book chapters and technical reports. And critically, this is not research that sits on shelves. More than 3,200 alumni from the program have been integrated into the ICT sector, with 309 of them joining Telkom itself. These numbers tell a story of scale, impact, and intentional transformation. They allow us to say with confidence that these results demonstrate that long-term investment in research capacity delivers both nationally and sector competitiveness. This is not theory, it is evidence, it is proof that when we invest consistently in people and ideas, the country's digital capacity grows. But we cannot afford to stand still. If we are serious about strengthening South Africa's research and innovation pipeline, we need to scale the partnership that already works. One such example is Telkom's expanded investment through the NRF Future Technologies Program. The Future Technologies Program, or Future Tech program, is a deliberate strategic deepening of the Center of Excellence model, building on its success and pushing it into new frontiers. Together, Telkom and the NRF launched FutureTech as a 3-year pilot with an 18 million rand co-funding investment. Each partner contributes equally towards full-cost postgraduate scholarships, research equipment grants, and in internships hosted at OpenServe, giving students direct exposure to live networks, real infrastructure, and operational environments. The research under FutureTech is not generic. It is targeted at national priority technologies: artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, 5G and fiber network solutions, and local language technologies, including African language, natural language processing. In other words, FutureTech is focused on the technologies that will define whether South Africa is simply a consumer of global innovation or a contributor to it. Just as importantly, FutureTech has been built deliberately as an extension of the Center of Excellence program and designed to prioritize historically disadvantaged institutions, of which the University of the Western Cape is one. This ensures that advanced research capability is not concentrated on a few institutions, but shared more equitably across the system. It strengthens an industry-aligned talent pipeline and supports South Africa's long-term digital competitiveness in a fast-changing global landscape. In many ways, the FutureTech partnership is a blueprint for how South Africa can expand research capability while transforming it at the same time. That is a powerful message. We do not have to choose between excellence and equity. With the right decision, we can pursue both. The theme of this year's conference, Africa's Ascent, Enabling Sustainability Through Tech and AI, reminds us that our discussions here go beyond the technical. At the heart of Africa's Ascent is secure, scalable digital infrastructure. It is this infrastructure that underpins our economic resilience, our ability to deliver essential public services, and our capacity to participate meaningfully in the global digital economy. AI, cloud services, cyber resilience, 5G, fiber ecosystems, these are not abstract buzzwords. They are the systems that will determine how our businesses compete, how our citizens access opportunities, and grow our governments, how our governments govern in a digital age, where equitable access is the order of the day. And they require local skills and local research. We cannot simply import solutions and hope they will fit our context. As we say, infrastructure is not just technology, it is industrial strategy. It determines whether we consume innovation or contribute to it. Satnac exists to help ensure that South Africa and the broader region is firmly on the side of contributing. One of Satnac's greatest strengths is that it is a mechanism for alignment, a place where national priorities are brought into direct conversation with real-world research and industry practice. The research and insights presented here help to inform spectrum planning, how we manage a scarce national resource that underpins connectivity. They inform broadband deployment strategies, especially how we close the gaps in rural and underserved communities. They inform cybersecurity frameworks as digital threats grow in sophistication and impact. And they shape our thinking on data governance, where we balance innovation, privacy, ethical use of AI, analytics, and data sovereignty. At the same time, academic insights and prototypes help industry shape their commercial strategies in fiber rollout, in cloud and edge computing, in AI-driven services, and in network automation and optimization. In this ecosystem, we must remember that policy without evidence risks misalignment, and research without application risks irrelevance. Satnac exists so that we can avoid both misalignment and irrelevance by closing the loop between research, policy, and practice. Beneath the infrastructure, the policy frameworks, the technology platforms, lies the most important resource of all, our people. The Center of Excellence and Future Tech programs show that when we invest intentionally, we can make measurable progress in skills development, in employment pipelines, into the ICT sector, in gender and transformation outcomes, and in regional capacity, with centers of excellence active across the country. But our work is not finished. The retention of graduates, keeping our best minds working on South African and African problems, is now a national priority. Because ultimately, digital inclusion begins with human capability. Technology only has impact when people can use it, shape it, and build on it, as well as have access to it. If we want a more inclusive digital economy, we must keep widening the circle of people who can design, deploy, and govern technology, not just use it. Satnac, the Center of Excellence programs, Future Tech, and are all part of that broader long-term project building of national capability. Colleagues, partners, friends, for 27 years, Satnac has demonstrated that real progress in the digital domain is not about a single breakthrough, a single year. It is about continuity and disciplined collaboration. It is about returning to the table year after year, testing new ideas, real-world constraints, growing talent, and scaling the models that work. As we look to the next phase of Africa's digital advancement, I want to leave you with 3 simple commitments we must make together. First, we must deepen our research partnerships, especially with historically disadvantaged institutions, so that capability is more evenly distributed and more voices are brought into the innovation process. Second, we must strengthen and connect programs like the Centers of Excellence and the Future Tech program, ensuring they reinforce one another rather than operating in silos. Third, we must continue to use Satnac as a long-term mechanism for capability building. not just a stage for announcements, but a workshop for designing South Africa's digital future. Our responsibility is to ensure that the work started here does not end here. The next phase of Africa's digital advancement will depend on our willingness to multiply, scale, and connect initiatives like the Centre of Excellence Program and the Future Tech Program. With that, it is my great pleasure to once again welcome you to Satnac 2025. May the next few days be filled with honest debate, bold ideas, and new collaborations, all in the service of a more capable, more inclusive, and more competitive digital South Africa and a rising digital Africa. Thank you, and I thank you all.
And thank you, Prof. Crown, for that. Just really emphasizing the importance of all the work and the innovations that do take place here, not ending here, but also more importantly, the drive for inclusion and how the circle essentially needs to be made bigger. Of course, I can also share a bit of my reflections, and I must say what is encouraging about this conference is that quite often we talk about young people and we talk about the youth, and we talk about them with them not being in the room. And it is quite heartening to see that this is happening here, where there is quite a strong element of a collaboration. You've got the young people in the room, you've got the research fraternity in the room, you've got the industry in the room, and so no silos here. But to the young people, as you know, there is usually a ministerial walkthrough that takes place where you get to showcase some of the work that you have been working on and work that you, of course, believe could potentially be a game changer to the industry. And I'm looking specifically there because I'm seeing a lot of young people at that area of the room. I'm told that some of you may have not yet had the opportunity to put your work or your posters up on the wall. Is there any young person who's supposed to have their poster up on the wall who hasn't yet done so? There's a few. Okay. Can I give you guys a few moments to do so you can actually make your way out the room right now? Because your work needs to be seen. You've been working on it for quite a long time. Do so quietly, and we'll ensure that it does go. Okay, so there's quite a few of you. We'll ensure that it does get seen when the walkthrough does happen. Okay. Okay, great. I think that's all the young people there. So on that note, we move on to our next delivery of addresses. An individual who's fondly known within the blue corridors, as it were, as Mr. ST. But to the rest of us, we know him as, of course, as Mr. Serame Taukobong, the group CEO of Telkom. Sir, you're welcome.
The strategic leader steering one of Africa's largest telecommunications groups, embodying the vision for a connected continent. Please welcome the man leading the charge towards a sustainable and resilient digital future, Telkom Group Chief Executive Officer, Serame Taukobong.
Okay, so I've got a laptop and an iPad. Oh, that's double AI. Have I clicked on something? Cool. Did you just go back a bit? Go back one slide. Cool. One more. Forward. Challenge. It was the one that was on. Is that the one on? Okay, perfect. If you want to go to the next one, you just push the green one. Cool. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests. I stand on the protocols that the good Dr. Maki has already expressed. Unfortunately, I am notorious in Telkom for changing speeches and changing protocols. So a 25-page PowerPoint presentation was prepared for me. I decided to change it and spare you the pains of a 25-slide PowerPoint presentation. But a more serious note, I thought I'd start with something as a very early and fresh start. Interesting topic. How many of you are quite familiar with this topic that I've put as a screen starter? Show of hands. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3. 1 at the back. I saw 2 hands in the room. Interesting. This paper was first presented in Satnac 2015 by a young student in University of Limpopo. At this very venue, in fact. Satnac 2015 was held in this very place 10 years ago. It's interesting that Fifi actually just asked the students to go outside to make sure that their papers are presented. Yet, 10 years down the line, we still face the same challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, today we gather at Satnac, a conference that for decades has brought together the very best minds in telecommunications, engineering, innovation. But this year feels different. The energy is different. The stakes are different. And the opportunity before us is unlike any we've ever faced. For the first time in modern history, Africa is standing at the starting point and the starting line of technological evolution at the same moment as the rest of the world. In the age of intelligent systems, Africa is not behind. We are alongside. Artificial intelligence, and especially large language modules, are reshaping every industry, every economy, every profession, from medicine and agriculture to education, finance, and government. But beneath the hype and all the tools lies a simple truth. AI is not about technology. AI is about people, how we empower them, how we uplift them, and how we ensure that Africans are not consumers of the future, but co-creators of it. For too long, the global narrative has spoken of Africa about what we lack: infrastructure, funding, data, and skills. But the AI era reveals something the world often forgets. Africa's greatest resource is not mineral or mental. It is our imagination, our creativity, our resilience, and our people. We are the youngest continent on Earth. We are the most linguistically rich. We are the most culturally diverse, and we are the most determined to leapfrog, to innovate, and to build. And recently, I was fortunate enough to be part of a panel in the B20 conference. And the conference before us, a good colleague of mine, Fred Swanecker, who's one of the co-founders of the Africa Leadership Academy, quite cheekily, but realistically, reminded us of a very interesting truth. Mobile money was invented in Africa almost 25 years ago, right? Yet, at the risk of not being sued because we are live TV, a certain leading telco company that is not an orange is claiming this and calling it something pay. Read between the lines. Started in Africa. Telkom has always been more than a telecommunications company. We are an enabler of connection, of progress, of possibility. Our networks carry more than data. We carry dreams. Our infrastructure does more than enable business. It enables nations. At Satnac, year after year, we have proven that when academia, industry, and government come together, Africa does not just participate in technological revolutions, we accelerate them. AI in our languages, AI for our people. For decades, African languages were invisible to technology, ignored in databases, and absent in models. But no civilization can thrive if its languages is silent in the systems of the future. Our mother languages, or our mother tongues, carry our identity, our history, our worldview. If they're excluded from AI, we are excluded from the future. And Africa has a moral voice in AI. As AI becomes more powerful, the world is beginning to confront difficult questions. How do we ensure that these systems are safe? How do we prevent harm? How do we embed ethics, responsibility, and fairness? How do we protect privacy and dignity? Well, Africa has a powerful role to play in here, because ethics is not new to us. Ubuntu is ingrained in who we are. To the researchers, students, and innovators in this room, the future is not being built in Silicon Valley. It is being built wherever people refuse to be left behind. It is being built right here. Ladies and gentlemen, every generation is given one moment, a moment when the future shifts, when new worlds open, when history invites you to step forward. For Africa, that moment is now. This is Africa's moment. The opportunity is ours. And together, we will rise to shine it. And in conclusion, because I have to end with a slide, when Africa connects, Africa competes. When Africa competes, Africa creates. But when Africa creates, humanity rises. Thank you.
Sure, tough act to follow. Really, really tough act to follow. But thank you, suffice to say, so very, very moving delivery there, I think on a personal and also an industry level. Funny enough, I was with some people, some investors as well, foreign investors looking at South Africa, looking at Africa, and they quoted a similar narrative that Saram has just shared with us right now around the Africa Rising narrative and how Africa has potential. And what struck me was the fact that these individuals who came from outside said that Africa is rising and Africa has potential, but for Africa to realize its potential, Africa has to believe in its potential. And I think that that implores on us the responsibility of actually believing that we can and that we are fully capable thereof. So thanks so much, Sarama, for that delivery. I think also an important takeaway was the importance of recognizing some of the research and innovation that does come from here, from our students as well. Really interesting, that paper that Sarama quoted back in 2015, having what gathered cobwebs at this present moment in time. So it does challenge us to ensure that when we do the walk around and we do see what the students of 2025 have presented to us, that we certainly take heed, take stock of what is out there, and certainly try to do a lot more about it than what was done a decade ago. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to introduce our final speech. One of our final speeches for today. In fact, it is our keynote address, and we are certainly humbled and certainly appreciative of your time here today, sir, to address us. Can we please welcome on stage the Deputy Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation of South Africa, Deputy Minister Siesho Mohau. Thank you.
Dumelang. Good morning and goeiemorgen. Thank you very much, Program Director, the Telkom Board Chairperson, Mr. Jeffrey Kleiner, the Group Chief Executive Officer, Ntate Serame Taukubong, distinguished industry leaders, the University of Western Cape for warm welcome, and Dr. Jankis, representatives of government and state institutions, all members of academia and research community, students and delegates, good morning once again. I'm honored to stand in for the Deputy Minister Mondli Gungubele, who is outside the country and for reasons that he couldn't avoid. But the Deputy Minister requested me to pass his sincerest apologies and that he is willing to engage further with you. It is a privilege for me to address this year's Southern Africa Telecommunications Networks and Applications Conference, a platform that has consistently nurtured collaboration between industry, government, and academia. As Satnac marks its 27th year, we celebrate a sector whose strength lies not only in technological advancement, but in shared purpose and partnership. We also gather today against the backdrop of 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, where as a sector we must highlight the responsibility to ensure that digital platforms are used not only for innovation, but also for protection, awareness, and support. Expanding connectivity must go together with creating safer digital and physical spaces for women, children, and other vulnerable groups. This year's theme, Africa's Ascent towards a sustainable and resilient future by secure next-generation infrastructure, digital technology, and artificial intelligence, is quite apt for a critical moment South Africa finds itself in its digital transformation journey. The draft national AI policy has received overwhelming support from all 5 clusters of government, as it was put through cluster review
in preparation for Cabinet to consider gazetting it for public comment. This process has helped to ensure alignment with digital transformation roadmap and broader national priorities. At a G20 Digital Economy Working Group and the Task Force on AI, Data Governance and Innovation, we advanced core priorities including human-centered governance, inclusive access to data sets and computing power, multilingual AI systems, research cooperation, integrity of information in the age of deep fakes, and public sector capacity building. These principles now anchor our national approach, ensuring that South Africa builds AI systems that uplift communities, enhance public value, and safeguard rights. Building on this momentum, South Africa also championed the AI for Africa initiative, working with the African Union to ensure that our continent does not remain a passive consumer of global technologies, but become a producer of its own AI capabilities. This initiative focuses on expanding access to computing infrastructure, building representative African data sets, strengthening research networks, and ensuring that AI supports Agenda 2063 development priorities. Through the Technology Policy Assistance Facility launched under our presidency, African governments are now receiving practical support from UNESCO and partners to design rights-based AI policies. These achievements ensure that our national artificial intelligence policy is not an isolated document. Ladies and gentlemen, the AI Institute of South Africa, AISA, continues to deepen its work across its university hubs. Just last week, the hub of Tshwane University of Technology held an event in Pretoria where they demonstrated cutting-edge projects reflecting remarkable progress. And because of us locating a hub there, the university has attracted top academia from Europe, Francophone countries, and even 11.3 million rand funding for a new research chair in agile transportation. The work of various South African entities in shining like a North Star in demonstrating leadership in the ethical AI, data governance, and language technologies. This includes the work of the Center of AI Research, CAIR, the African Hub on AI Safety, Peace and Security located at the University of Cape Town. The MIND institution located at Wits University, also the work of Masakane and Lelapa AI led by Professor Vukosi Marivate of the University of Pretoria, and that of Research ICT Africa led by Professor Alison Gilwald. Chairperson, we must not be fooled by those who wish to convince us that development of artificial intelligence strategies and policies would stifle innovation. Around the world, nations demonstrating bold approaches to digital resilience. Singapore is integrating AI risk frameworks into procurement. Brazil is advancing digital inclusion as a constitutional right. The United Kingdom requires government departments to use algorithmic transparency records, ensuring that AI systems in the public sector are disclosed and accountable. Canada mandates algorithmic impact assessment for all federal automated decision systems to prevent bias and protect citizens' rights. India is exporting its digital public infrastructure model, including UPI and DigiLocker, as a global public goods to expand affordable, interoperable digital inclusion. These examples reinforce that technological progress must be accompanied by robust governance, an approach which South Africa takes full cognizance of. Over the past 20 years, we have discussed how connectivity has shifted from an exclusive privilege to a universal necessity, and with within this time. South Africa has made substantial progress in expanding digital access, strengthening policy, positioning the country for inclusive digital transformation. One of the most significant achievements has been the expansion of broadband connectivity through South Africa Connect, the national program to deliver high-speed internet, public facilities, and underserved communities. Through South Africa Connect Phase 2, more than 1 million additional households and public institutions now benefit from improved broadband access. This includes sites such as rural schools, clinics, government buildings, and traditional leadership sites. We have also advanced equity equivalent pathways to unlock investment and continue to push down the cost of data and smart devices, ensuring connectivity becomes a universal right. To our OEM partners and industry leaders, this is a pivotal moment, the time to engage debates about whether South Africa is open for business or not is over. We will not spend another lifetime debating the doubters, the naysayers, and the gloom and doom squads. We urge you to move beyond technology supply chains towards co-creation, invest in local research and development, support our centers of excellence, and collaborate with our universities and startups to strengthen Africa's manufacturing and innovation base. And don't ever look back. To conclude, Satnac continues to embody the strength of South Africa's partnership between government, industry, and academia. As we look to the future, we ensure that Africa's ascent is driven by innovation, trust, inclusivity, and sustainability. I thank you.
And we also thank you once again, Minister. The Deputy Minister does need to take his leave of absence right now, so what will take place is that he will go and visit the students and walk through the exhibition area with the Group CE of Telkom and other representatives who are part of that walk. Again, we will all have the opportunity to embark on the same walk and visit the same exhibition during the networking coffee breaks. Right. Okay, fantastic. I think that is everyone who needs to be on that walk as well. Ladies and gents, we have heard a lot so far this morning, and we are closing off this morning's address with a very timely, relevant presentation that will be given to us by an author and a futurist who will be speaking more strongly towards the theme, Tomorrow's World Today. And so I'm handing over the stage at this present moment in time to Mr. Graham Codrington.
An internationally recognized futurist who has worked across 80 countries. Specializing in the future of work, he provides critical insights on how we can adapt today for the resilience and relevance of the African workforce tomorrow. Please welcome the best-selling author and expert futurist, Graham Codrington.
Thank you. Good morning. It's wonderful to be here. And I have a controversial opinion I'd like to share with you and leave as a challenge for the rest of these 2 days. I think that in all of this world of AI and technological development over the last few decades, but in particular the last few years as generative AI has come into the public space, I think we might have lost our way just a little bit. I think that in a capitalistic world that is focused on finding a product, building it big, getting a VC investor, flipping it and running away with the money, I think we might have been focusing on building technology for technology's sake. And I think that maybe if we are looking at what the future might hold, what do the next 5 years that get us into the 2030s look like from a technology perspective? I think we might discover that we are in you don't really want to use the word bubble too often, but I think it's not just a bubble of investment and financing, but maybe we are in that dangerous part of the technology hype cycle. And we need to, and hopefully I have the right audience for this message, as people like yourselves who are focused on the research side, focusing on the delivery of the technology that enables outcomes, that hopefully we will focus on real-world value and outcomes rather than just the technology for the technology's sake. But I think I might be getting ahead of myself. That's my conclusion. Let me take you a little bit slowly through the steps that I took to get to this point of view. I head up a team at the Tomorrow Today Futures Institute that does research into the future, especially the future of work and how technology and organizational design meet with people and systems. And nobody can predict the future, of course. If you have a business card and a website that has the word Futurist on it, I think people think you might have a little crystal ball and a caravan and go and sit somewhere and hope that the CEOs come and consult with you. Doesn't happen. Nobody can predict the future. But what we try to do is identify where deep structural change is taking place. That's our definition of disruption, where the systems themselves are changing and the rules of the game are being rewritten. In fact, the easiest way to see this is to look back into history to understand how some of these deep transformative moments in history have shaped themselves. So before we go to the future, just come with me quickly to the past. Let me take you to New York City, 1904. This could have been any city in the world 120 years ago. I think Cape Town, Johannesburg, Pretoria might have looked slightly similar. Dusty streets, lots of horses, carriages everywhere. Maybe there were more donkeys here in South Africa, I'm not so sure, and across the rest of the continent. But this is New York City, Broadway Avenue near Times Square. Those of you who know horses will know that this picture has a smell, by the way. It's pretty rough in the cities 120 years ago, especially during summer. And cleaning up after this many horses was certainly a 24/7 job. What was happening at the time, at that moment, though, was a technology revolution. Ford Motor Company was the icon of this revolution. It wasn't just the coming of the motor car, but it was also the coming of the peak of industrialization. Ford had produced his continuous production line, which allowed him to produce a Model T Ford roughly every 32 seconds. A new car was coming off of the production line by 1909. And so it should be no surprise that the next photograph is the same city street, Broadway Avenue near Times Square. Maybe the key thing to notice in this picture is the year. It took just 10 years, a moment of technology change that saw systems change happening at the same time, caused deep structural change across society. Now imagine being in the horse industry in about 1909. I don't know what the horse industry annual event is. Satnac is ours. Let's go to, Horsenac 1910, okay? And we're busy discussing what the future might look like. And we're trying to prepare ourselves for the future. No, but seriously, think about it. If you were in the horse industry in 1910, what could you have done? Nothing is the answer. You could have made the best saddles on the planet. You could have had the best carriages. You could have been the premium food supplier of horse feed. You could have also been down the further end of the scale. You could have just been cleaning up the streets after the horses. There would have been nothing you could do. Within just a few years, the technology had come in and revolutionized, changed the world completely. The systems were changed and rewritten. By the way, it wasn't just that. There was an entire transformation taking place. This was the era not just of cars and mass production, but of electrification. of bringing electricity into people's homes. People were scared of electricity. There was a massive campaign to bring light and plug points and that into people's homes. We were inventing ways of flying and going from the first human flight very quickly into planes that were used for mass transportation, and then in the First World War into using planes and new technologies for weapons. And, you know, we could fly, something that we had been dreaming about as a human species for centuries. And we were also making sure that women could get the vote, and women were fighting for visibility and power and contribution to society. All of that is the same 10-year period from 1904 to 1914. What a remarkable moment in history. And Henry Ford, when he was asked to reflect back on this time, was told, well, what do you think people wanted? And his answer, probably his most famous quote, you probably know this, if I'd asked people what they wanted, they would have said that they wanted faster horses. If we were at Satnac 1910, we would have wanted faster horses. We're at Satnac 2025. What do you want? What do you think we should be doing? Let me make my statement again, but now let me use different words. I think that where we are stuck at the moment is we are stuck in a system that is trying to use technology to optimize the world we have already got. I think that we are focused on developing technologies, and especially the technologies that are the focus of today and tomorrow, the technologies of communication, the technologies of artificial intelligence, the technologies of generative AI in particular. That the main focus that most people are putting on the application of these technologies is to do what we already do, but do it cheaper, better, faster. Can I go further and say to automate it so that we don't need human beings in the system and produce higher profits for the technology companies along the way? A cynical view, I'll look back one more time to keep you walking with me towards my conclusion. But I think that we can do better. And I think that those of us who are passionate about technology and spend our time researching what technology can do and the new technologies that are available to us, I think we can do much better than simply improving what we've already got. And I think that it is essential for us to do that, because I think that we are living at a moment in human history that is beginning to show the signs of being a new great transformation. That there are enough technologies in enough different industries and parts of society that are shifting us into a potential new era of human history. That I don't think it's too much to say that we are maybe at the beginning of a new great transformation. The problem is, it doesn't feel like it's working. Unless you are already a billionaire. I don't know too many billionaires personally, but I do watch at least one of them on Twitter. I refuse to call it X. He doesn't really look that happy. By the way, you know, there's a lot of billionaires now saying they're going to leave the UK because of tax rates. My friend, if you have more than $1 billion, you can choose your life and your happiness. You can choose anything you like. And are you just making a choice because of tax rates? Now, what about the weather? What about the wine? What about the golfing opportunities? What about your life? I just think that we might have lost our way just a little bit in the world. And if we look at it's not working, our education system isn't working, our food supply is neither healthy nor secure. Our weather is out of control. I pick a system, from logistics to healthcare, from agriculture to religion. It's not working, is it? I think I know why. And I think the people in this room might be able to fix it. So, if you're still with me, I'm taking you on a journey back to my conclusion. But I think that our biggest problem is that we've decided to not look at the things that really matter. It's called, in academic terms, inattentional blindness. That's not unintentional blindness. It's not like you just missed something. Inattentional blindness is actually what happens when we are too focused, when we are too good at something, too good at what we do. But that means that we miss everything else. Now, I could take about an hour to prove this to you psychologically. I'm going to take 30 seconds with a very simple optical illusion. I hope that you trust that there's more science behind what the next slide appears to be. But go with me on this one. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to focus on that green dot in the middle, to focus on that dot like you've never focused on anything else in your life before. Focus on it as if your life depended on it. Then, what I would like you to do, and we've been quite quiet as an audience today, I would like you to vocalize out for me. When the yellow dots start to flash, I would like you to say out loud, flash. And when the yellow dots disappear, I would like you to say out loud, disappear. You with me? Can we do this? You happy? Okay, it's not difficult. Focus on the green dot. When the yellow dots start flashing, say flash. And when they disappear, say disappear. Keep focusing on that green dot. Okay, now something strange is happening in the room, because if those yellow dots are flashing, they should be flashing for everybody, but they're not flashing. If you look at the yellow dots, they're not doing anything. Look at the green dot again and tell me when they start flashing. Except they're not flashing. This is a 2-second looping video. Those yellow dots are doing nothing. If you stare at the yellow dots, they stay stared at. They sit there, they do nothing. Stare at the green dot, and the yellow dots start flashing. Now, let me just see. For some of you, about 10%, this never works. How many of you, the yellow dots are doing nothing? You don't know what everybody else is smoking in the room, right? Okay. There's 2 problems here. The first is you're not concentrating. Okay. I told you to focus like your life depended on it. You look way too calm just putting up your hand. More focus is required. We don't know why this doesn't work for everybody. It is an optical illusion. We don't know why it doesn't work for some people, but about 10% of people it doesn't work. I say doesn't work, but it does work because the yellow dots are doing nothing. So if the yellow dots did nothing for you, you're fine. Okay. You didn't just fail an intelligence test, luckily, because it's got nothing to do with intelligence. We don't actually know why that particular thing works for some people and works for others. Hopefully, with everybody else saying flashing and disappear, you know that at least some people saw the illusion, even if you didn't. The point is this, that when you look at that, let me just go back in case you want one more go of trying that. This is what happens when your brain chooses what to focus on. Part of your brain, and Daniel Kahneman's the guy who you can read Thinking Fast and Slow if you want to get the details behind how your brain works. The first part of your brain is the brain that is conscious, that knows what it's doing, that is aware of itself. And when the first part of your brain is asked to focus, it needs all of your brain's brain power to be able to do that, even if it's just a little green dot. Some of you have known how difficult research can be in the tough stages. That's the green dot, okay? Demanding your attention, but too much else is happening around you. In this case, I didn't shut up deliberately, by the way. So I'm in your ear. Now you've got these blue crosses. You've got these yellow dots. Your brain says there's too much going on here. I need more focus. And in order to give you that focus, what your brain says is, well, let me just have a look at the things that are not changing. And I'll just put those to the side. We'll just take those as a given, and they're not changing, so it doesn't matter. In psychological terms, this is called confirmation bias. It is the most powerful thing your brain does. Your brain is desperate to prove that what you already believe is true. Your brain is constantly looking for proof that you are in fact correct. When your brain finds data that proves that you are correct, your brain says, you see, I was right all along. Grabs that information, stores it in long-term memory, and it proves you to be brilliant, as you know you are. But when your brain sees something that goes against what you believe, your brain is actually capable of literally making that information disappear, like the yellow dots did. Literally putting it to the side. This is why you can't say to somebody else, just do your own research. Okay? I know we disagree, but just do your own research. Do you know what you're actually saying when you say that? You say, I am right, you are wrong, I've done more work, I'm cleverer, you're dumb. Do some more work, you will discover that I am right. Come back and apologize when you do that. Do your own research. That's what do your own research means. Do your own research means that you actually see the world the way you expect to see it, not the way the world actually is. Why have I taken you on a little neuroscience detour in my Future of Technology presentation? Because I think this is the defining problem with technology experts in the world today. We are building a future that we expect to find. We are not using the technologies that we have got to change the world. We are using it to reinforce the world as it already exists. That's why we're not producing technologies that solve poverty. We're producing technologies that create unicorn billionaires. Or at least that's our goal. So, halfway in my journey, I have a question for you. Because I think we need to rethink and unlearn how we see the world and what it is we are doing with the technologies we are developing. But my question to you is, what do you think we need to rethink and unlearn? Lots of QR codes going around today, but this is a new one. So please use this QR code. You can, if you are following us online or on SABC, you're welcome to use this as well if you can see this on your screen. Contribute in the room, out of the room, everywhere. I'm asking you, what are we being blinded by at the moment? My suggestion to you is that we are being blinded by just developing technology for the sake of technology. That we are developing technology that makes the existing world cheaper, better, faster, but doesn't actually change the world. We are not reimagining what the world could look like. While you answer that question, I hope you can multitask. Let me just give you a practical example. I don't want to be philosophical here this morning. There's lots of fantastic academics and research coming. I'll let them blow our minds with their deep research. I'm just going to give you simple examples to prove my main point. I'm a big Apple fan. Sorry, Samsung users, but somebody has to be. But I don't have the latest, greatest phone. As much as I love technology, I'm a huge tech nerd. I've still got, I don't even know what this is. I think it's a 13. And the 17 is out now. The reason I haven't upgraded yet is I haven't really found an incredible reason to do so. This last few months ago when the 17 came out, I thought this is the year. This is the year they're going to convince me to upgrade to the 17. I'm enough of a nerd that I stayed up for the announcement to watch it. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning, South African time. And they came out with this announcement. And they said there are 3 massive new revolutionary innovations in the 17. I thought, oh, I'm so excited. I'm ready for this. Hit me. Revolution number 1. The 17, wait for it, has an extra button. It's 2025. I'm hoping that they're going to tell me this button cures cancer. Press the button, you never get sick again. Maybe It's the traffic clearing button. I mean, Waze is cool. It tells me I've got an 18-minute delay between here and the nearest wine farm. But if I press this button, poof, no delay. This is what I'm expecting. Except what they tell me is that this button accesses the camera faster. Now, I want to show you the real tough issue we have as iPhone users of how slow it is to get to our camera. I'm going to take a selfie. Just please don't leave the room while I access my camera. You can tell me how difficult it is. Okay. Here we go. There we go. And camera front. Okay, smile for me, selfie. Thank you. Okay, that was rough, right? I mean, I'm really glad there's an extra button there because I could do it I mean, that was like you almost fell asleep while I was doing that. Anyway, they said there were 3. The first one, disappointing. The second one was the camera itself. It now comes in a number of megapixels. I don't know if they said 30 or 300 or 3,000. Yeah, this picture looks okay. Okay. Honestly, I don't know how many megapixels a guy needs. I don't know if women need more megapixels than men. I don't know if black people need more megapixels than white people, but I'm just like a basic white guy, and I've got enough megapixels. Anyway, the third thing must be the reason, right? This is why I'm going to buy an iPhone this year. I kid you not, it was that it comes in orange. They literally actually announced it. I'm sure it's not called orange. I'm sure it's called Steve Jobs freckles or something. I don't know what that color's actual name is. Look, I'm being cynical, hopefully for effect, but seriously. I mean, yes, it is a better phone. Yes, it is. It's got slightly longer battery life. It's slightly thinner, except for the part that isn't. But like in all seriousness, is this the peak of technology development? No, of course it isn't. But let me find out what you think. Because what I think we need to rethink and unlearn is that technology should be useful. Technology should change society. Technology shouldn't just be a whiz-bang effect to make you want to buy another consumable product. So let me see what you are saying over here. Thank you. Lots of you getting in here. So yeah, is growth the main criteria for success? Not just of companies, but of society and of the economy. Capitalism is built on never-ending growth that is extractive from the underlying raw resources that it uses. That's another word for cancer, by the way. No, in all seriousness. Unfettered growth that never stops on the base of a set of raw materials that is limited is absolutely unsustainable. We can talk about sustainability all we like, but we can't beat physics. The lack of resources to advance education. We need to rethink and unlearn this. Do we actually have a lack of resources? I agree. I love that one. Okay. Technology is not a novelty. It's a transformer, but we must be clear on what we are aiming to transform. Thank you for concentrating during the opening, because that's the closing. I love that. That's literally the point I'm wanting to make. Okay? And lots more coming in. I think, and I agree with this one nicely, we need to rethink the hype behind what we are doing. Thank you. Thanks for playing along there. By the way, that's the place you can put Q&A. I'll have a few minutes at the end, and I'll pick some questions from there. So if you are in the room or not, please throw some questions in. We'll get to those in a second. So, here's what I think we need. Here's what I would like to leave with this room that is filled with so much talent, so much insight, so much future focus already. I think that you are aiming too low. I think that the people in this room and the ideas that got you here and the ideas that you might create out of the collaborations that exist in this group of people, I think that if we add an additional element of an incredible dose of strategic imagination, I think that that is what Africa can bring to the party. It's not about coming up with better technologies, it's about using the technologies we've got to do better things in the world. Let me use generative AI as an example of the point that I'm making. And the heading on this slide is basically so that I get my invoice paid, because I was invited as the futurist to tell you about the future of generative AI. I don't know if I can do that, but this slide is physical proof that I tried. No, here's the point, right? Nobody can predict what happens next, but let me show you what has just happened in the last 3 years. We're about 3 years and 3 days from the launch of publicly available free generative AI. And what we expected was we expected artificial intelligence. So we expected that things that were hard for people to do, the computers would be able to do them for us or with us or to replace us in doing them. And so artificial intelligence, where machines were basically mapping human intelligence but doing it cheaper, better, faster, you'd expect to see a graph like that. Things that were easy for people and machines to do and things that were hard. What's actually happened over the last few years is we've discovered it's all over the shop. Okay? Some things that are hard for people to do are easy for computers to do, and some things that are easy for people to do are incredibly hard for computers to do. It's all over the place. And actually, the bit that's actually interesting is not the automation piece. It's not actually the piece up the middle. It's actually these other bits here. This is the stuff that the future is made of. OpenAI and Claude and Anthropic and all those other guys are focused on the strip up the middle, which I think is the least important and least interesting bit. What we need to be looking at is the bit that's easy for people but hard for machines, and hard where we can get augmentation, not automation, where we can get a bionic future of people and machines doing what each of us does best. To put this in more academic and technology terms, at the moment, most of the AI-driven companies, and this is from OpenAI to Anthropic, from Microsoft to Google, they are all chasing multiple hundreds of billions of dollars. Sam Altman, who's the most delusional guy in California, Sam Altman is chasing $1.5 trillion worth of investment into OpenAI, because what they are telling us is that if we just keep building bigger data models, bigger data sets, faster compute powers and more inference, and we can get more tokens into our systems, and we can do more neural connections per second, that we will eventually get to artificial general intelligence. We won't. The generative AI models are heading down one particular path, and in my opinion, that path is pretty much near the end of its run. If it was a 100-meter run, we'd be in the 90th meter. We're going almost at full speed already, and there's a few more steps to take. Cross the line, you're done. There is no more data available. Any data that can be added to data models is now going to be artificial data, second and third tier data, which is essentially slop at this stage already. Yes, we could speed up the speed of compute, but this is like saying that your car can go 380 kilometers where my poor skadonk can only go 340 kilometers an hour, and we are both on a rural road in Elgin. So who cares? Okay. So yes, I'm not saying there are no more advances to be made, but I don't think that we are going to get the power, the intelligence improvement out of those technology advances. And what we've got with generative AI and large language models is fantastic, but it's probabilistic models that are based on language that is already spoken and stored. It's not new information, it's not intelligence. If anybody is using a large language model to work out who's going to win the Premier League or what the price of gold's going to be next Christmas, they should be escorted from the building. Okay. It's literally not what these models can do. Okay. They are not trying to be right, they are trying to be probabilistically accurate to what it guesses it thought you asked. Different thing. We can then go a step further, and probably one of the most controversial studies but most cited studies came out in July this year from MIT, the Nando Lab, which said 95% of AI projects in corporate are failing to deliver. Now, a little bit of controversy around that exact number, but it wasn't alone. Wharton, McKinsey, Stanford, MIT, these are big research houses, have all done the same, and I've read all of those so you don't have to because there's thousands of pages there. This is the summary of why these things are not working. They're not working because management isn't involved, okay? Because senior leaders in businesses and organizations are saying, hey, you guys better do something. But they are not incorporating it into their systems. There's lack of clear measurables. It's like, do something, please. We're falling behind with AI. Do something with AI. Do what? How do we measure it? How do we know whether it's been an improvement? The next two, by the way, are the big ones. I'll come back to them in a second. There's not enough experimentation. People are just all over the shop. Shadow AI is people not using what your company has purchased. Let's say you bought a Copilot license, but you'd rather use OpenAI. It's people just using any and whatever system wherever, and then finally relying on hope and hype rather than what these systems can actually do. Buying something because one of those top tech CEOs told you it will be able to do something 3 to 6 months from now. And yes, Elon, I'm talking about you. But the big issue is this. The big issue is that the focus is on automating existing systems, on automating existing tasks. And if that's what you think the goal is, you're only going to get 5% value and then the value's finished. And it's a once and done. Let me give you an example. Did a lot of work with a client that did client reports. They sent reports out to their clients once a month. What AI enabled them to do is to customize those reports. What AI enabled them to do is to reduce the time it took to make the reports from 2 days down to 2 hours. Everybody was super happy, except the reports also included now some hallucinations, which wasn't fun because these were financial reports. But here's the question that we then asked this client. Do your clients care whether you can do this report in 2 days or 2 hours? Or would your clients prefer to be able to access the reports themselves, go into the system themselves, gather the information they want whenever they want it, format it in whatever way they want it? In other words, should you be producing reports at all? Does that make sense as a shift in mindset? That we can do something we've always done, but do it cheaper, better, faster? Or we could maybe step back and reimagine the whole system to say, we shouldn't be producing these reports in the first place. We should be giving our clients the power to be able to access this information whenever and wherever they want. A complete change in mindset. I was doing this presentation a while ago. Somebody came to me and said, there's an old advert that was put together for the banking industry. I'm sure it still applies. See if you agree.
Hi, I just want to make a deposit.
Do you have your account number?
Right here.
Lean forward, please.
What is this?
It's our new customer tracking system. It has your account number and barcode. Speeds you right through the line.
Now what?
That line over there.
Feel like banks are getting a bit impersonal?
It's a holdup.
hate it when these things don't scan.
So here's the academic bit in my presentation. Again, this is the other half of my invoice. I was told it's an academic conference. I think that what most technology research is focused on at the moment in the Gen AI space is on the bottom two levels of this pyramid, which are wonderful. That's a perfect starting point. If you haven't done anything with Gen AI, you might as well create sometime, automate stuff that's easy to automate. And then what you could do is you could use generative AI to connect and engage with different people. You can customize your outputs. You can create avatars for your team and for your entire ecosystem. But I think there's a lack of imagination to take it further than that. That middle piece there is the piece that MIT and Stanford and Wharton all identified as missing. It's the ability to step back and say, instead of how do we improve what we've already got, it's asking the question the other way around. Given the technology we have available to us, how would we build the world if we were starting now? That is a fundamentally different question. That is a question that requires you to stretch your imagination about what AI, data analytics, and whatever else we want to use as labels can do for us. Again, please excuse me for giving you simple examples, but let's use a well-known South African insurer who does a lot of things, but mainly known for their car insurance. We noticed a number of years ago that there were traffic police helping us at traffic lights, depending on what city you live in, who had OutSurance branding. Initially, I thought this was a wonderful advertising campaign from OutSurance. And I thought, oh, that's a clever place to put your adverts. Then I discovered, doing some work in the industry, that no, these people are actually employed by OutSurance. Did you know that? They've been trained by the traffic police, they're employed by OutSurance, and they send them out. I thought, geez, what a wonderful company giving the country such a gift, great corporate citizen. Except they're as capitalistic as the rest of us. Here's what's actually happened. You can't phone OutSurance and ask them to send a points person to the traffic light near your house. They decide where they go. Some of you are ahead of me in this example because you might have worked out how they did it. But a number of years ago, a young person in the actuarial department at OutSurance said, hey, have we ever heat mapped the data we've got? What data does OutSurance have? All the data they could possibly need around accidents. Every single accident that happens that involves an OutSurance customer, they know exactly when it happened, where it happened, how it happened, why it happened, and who caused it. They have all the data they need. If you literally just heat map that data onto Google Maps, you suddenly discover which traffic intersections are the most dangerous. I mean, it's obvious when you think about it. But then you add another layer. Does it make a difference if it's raining or not raining? Does it make a difference if it's school term or not school term? Weekend, weekday, night, a day. They've got, I think, 11 different data layers on this. And they are able, with quite a lot of precision, to say on the first Monday morning of a December in the Western Cape, these are the 5 traffic lights we should have people located. But go a step further in your mind. If this truly succeeds, there won't be any accidents. If this really works as a strategy, we won't need insurance because we won't have accidents. There's a little bit of a mind blow behind this here. They are actually comfortable removing the need for their product in order to completely reimagine how their industry works. Rather not have an accident than be good at paying out after accidents happen. And it's worth their money and time and resources to actually put staff members literally into the traffic to make sure it doesn't happen. Applying generative AI requires a complete mindset shift. It requires us to look at the world differently, to stop staring at the green dot and to start asking, what else can we do here? What else could we get involved in? To put it in another question, if we had all the data in the world, what would we do? Now, it's interesting, when you ask a group of researchers, you'll get one answer. When you ask a group of investors, you'll get another answer. I love to ask lots of different people from lots of different places. My favorite answers come from high school children. And my favorite answer this year to that question is, well, we should be able to talk to animals. It's just a large language model data set. We have all the dog and cat videos we need on TikTok. If we just analyze those for sound and action pattern recognition, surely we should be able to talk to animals and create a GPT for animal noises. This is the problem of being a futurist these days. You come up with these crazy ideas, and somebody always says, it's already been done. Because a few weeks ago, somebody said to me, it's already been done. Go to Dalhousie University. They have created, and I think they've lost the rights. I think I should actually get the chickengpt.com website, because that's what they should have called it. Somebody called it foul language. Second best choice. But Chicken GPT is the way to go here, for sure. But seriously, they've created a Chicken GPT that they believe is about 90% accurate for chicken talk. And they can understand what the chickens are saying, if the chickens are cold or hot or need more food or would like a little bit of an exercise run around the yard. And they are already discovering that these chickens are growing bigger, faster, having more eggs, are healthier. Here's the point. Real innovation in the next 5 years is not coming up with another smarter API or a faster GPT or a slightly more efficient GPU. All of that stuff is important, and I understand that in this room we've got some researchers who are at the heart of science, and if you can give us a 1% improvement in energy usage or a 3% improvement in processing power, all of that is valuable. But I really do believe that in the next 5 years and into the 2030s, the future is going to belong to those people and those companies that are prepared to change the business model itself, to change the operating system of the society that we live in. That is the task of transformation that our technology allows us to do if we embrace that call, if we embrace that challenge, to make sure that we don't just build technology for the sake of it, but we build technology that truly changes the world. And that in doing that, the final piece of the puzzle must be that people trust that it is bringing benefit to them. The world is being reconfigured as we speak. I loved what Telkom CEO Steve said earlier, that we are no longer Africa coming along behind. We are Africa alongside. I think this can be our contribution from Africa, is that we can be the people who are focused more on what does this technology do? What does it mean for us as society, as people? What problems can it truly solve? Rather than just seeing it as technology for the sake of technology, or technology for the sake of finding $1 billion unicorn so that you can be rich but still unhappy. I probably got just a minute or two for Q&A. I'll have a look in a second to see if there are any, but I'll probably also, we are running a little bit late, so maybe the way to catch this up is speak to me, contact me after the session, and let's keep up the conversation. I'll be here for the whole day. I'd love to keep up the conversation. One more QR code, a different one again, but this one will give you a copy of my slides. It will also give you a copy of a number of documents I think you'll find useful. In particular, the Dubai Futures Forum Opportunity Index. This was produced by the Dubai government, which has a Minister for the Future in the government, and collects futurists from around the world once a year to come to Dubai to talk about the future. And this year's document was 50 opportunities for deep structural change. And I think that if we pick up some of those opportunities, we'll face this future. The most innovative people and companies are not those who are better at solving problems. Wonder how you think I'm going to finish that sentence. I think that true innovation, and innovation that can be led from Africa, is innovation that is better at finding the most important problems to solve. And that can be our contribution to the technology age. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Graham. And I am hoping that you're going to be around for the networking and coffee break that we're about to take, because maybe there wasn't an opportunity to ask questions right now. As you did say, we are running a little bit behind time, but there's certainly, I'm sure, questions that may come your way. Thank you so much for that delivery in just encouraging us, and I suppose also changing the concept of innovation as we do practice it and go about it right now, right? It's not about the incremental improvements that we can make in certain business models, but what are we creating? What are the important problems that need to be solved for, and what are the new business models that can actually come? We heard Africa is a hotbed for creativity. We are a hotbed for imagination as well as innovation, African style. So let's take that tea break right now. Let's take about a 15-minute comfort break, if I may. Just hopefully we'll get back on track in terms of time in the next 15 minutes. And we reconvene then. See you now. Thank you, sir. So we started quite nicely in terms of how we embarked on our journey. It was a little bit of a cruise. As taking any journey, you don't, accelerate as you drive out, well, most people. But now I'm going to ask that we do put the accelerator on and we just pick up a bit of pace, particularly for the speakers who will be joining us. So we thank you for taking on the task of pushing us at a little bit of a faster pace just so that we can keep to time as much as is possible. So we're going to jump straight into the next session, and it does begin with a presentation, just speaking to the human element of this world of intelligence, artificial intelligence at that. And so the next presentation is titled Humanizing Technology Beyond Connectivity, and we do have the pleasure of hearing from Gugu Mthembu, the Chief Marketing Officer, Telkom Consumer and Small Business, to come through and give us that presentation. Let's listen in on what she is about.
With over 20 years in ICT, our next speaker drives the brand and commercial strategy for one of South Africa's fastest growing telecommunications brands. As Chief Marketing Officer for Telkom, she constantly balances innovation with inclusion. Please welcome the visionary leader who champions the marketing and brand strategy of Telkom Consumer, Gugu Mthembu. With
I'm not sure if Fifi knows what she was asking for when she asked for the pace to pick up, because I can speak quite fast, and I'm hoping that I won't, because, yeah, sometimes I get reprimanded for speaking too fast. Good morning, all representatives of government, esteemed chairman, group leadership, colleagues, technology partners, and all shapers of progress in attendance today. Thanks, Fifi. Good morning once again. It's an honor to engage with all of you over the next 2 days and to share some perspectives on how we can continue to drive Africa's ascent towards a sustainable and resilient future through next generation infrastructure and humanized technology for the progress of all. One of the most prominent leaders of progress through technology in Africa, Mr. Strive Masiwa, recently said, as we ascend into a digital future, the question is not whether Africa can connect, but how that connection can unlock human progress. And I think Serame reiterated this morning when he said, when Africa connects, Africa competes. When Africa competes, Africa creates. And when Africa creates, humanity rises. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what a young me hoped for 20 odd years ago when I joined this sector as a young IT graduate. A technology sector that prioritizes solutions for humanity. It's for this very reason we are gathered on this beautiful property, feeling the breeze of the Benguela Cove, to share ideas on how innovation and tech can help to unlock progress. But before we can unlock progress, I think it's important that we understand the realities that we are dealing with. While over 2/3 of the world is already enjoying internet connectivity, stats from the GSMA claim that 40% of Africans are only 40% of Africans are connected. Our lived experience may differ in major cities. And I think those of us who live in countries like South Africa, where the stats are a bit higher, we believe that we already have made or rather bridged the divide. But it's quite important that we understand that there's still a big gap in terms of rural versus urban connectivity. It's quite important that we know that there's still work to be done. I think what's encouraging, though, is that even though the stats don't paint a good picture, just in the last 6 years, the claims were that only 160 million of Africans were connected or gained access to the internet. Just 6 years later, that number more than doubled to over 400 million. So I think it's good progress, and it shows that there is actually a rapid expansion in Africa. And I think that rapid expansion is quite important for us not to just dwell on or marvel on, but that we ensure that whatever solutions that we are creating today will actually get these numbers even higher. And why I reference Africa stats, it's purposely because the solutions that we do create today and craft in our respective businesses, in the research hubs that we sit in, or through policy, must be replicable across the continent to bring the change that the very communities that we are solving problems for need. I think it's quite important to know that research shows that infrastructure accelerates growth only when paired with investment in human capital. And the power of connectivity has been proven through various studies in terms of its effect on digital economy and economic growth. Some of those studies are published by the Cogent Economics and Finance, but also the recent Digital Africa report by the World Bank indicates that expanded internet access in African countries is linked to job creation, higher earnings, and productivity gains, with impacts that are often pro-poor and women inclusion. And that's why our journey at Telkom continues to focus on not only providing the infrastructure, which is the bedrock of progress, but partnering with various institutions represented here to build the solutions that are the very vehicle to Africa's ascent. So I invite all of you to journey with us in closing these gaps that exist. But we know that economic progress is compounded when more people are connected. We know that skills are accelerated and necessary services become easier to deliver at scale. We therefore need to flip the script in terms of how we address these issues. We need to ensure that the narrative on connectivity is not just a utility that delivers megabits and minutes. When well orchestrated, it embodies principles of human-centered design. It enables ecosystems such as accessible remote healthcare, improved basic education, and extended geographic reach for SMMEs. Our focus should be on affordability to ensure that we reduce the gap for indigent communities. We need to unlock digital literacy so that the youth is empowered to actively participate economically and meaningfully in the digital economy. In the same vein, we need to ensure that it's highly relevant to societal issues. So the first step for us in humanizing technology is shifting from being a mere telecoms infrastructure provider to a fully fledged technology and techco provider. Because we know that Africa's growth depends on inclusive, human-centered innovation that promotes compelling change and progress in our people's lives. From the very beginning, as Telkom, progress for us was never functional. It was transformative, and that anchors our ethos of seamlessly connecting our people to better, because we believe connectivity is a means of progress, not a privilege. It makes it even more compelling that we put humanity back at the center of every technological leap that we make and every innovation that we conceptualized. When we talk about humanizing technology, beyond connectivity, we mean shifting our ambition from simply getting Africans online to using technology to expand human dignity, opportunity, and agency. It's not just about megabits per second, it's about can a woman in a rural village learn and heal and be heard because of this infrastructure? Does our cloud, does our AI, does our fiber ultimately make a human life on this continent safer, live a fairer life, and a more dignified life? For us, yet again, humanizing technology means designing technology and systems that meet people where they are, turning access into dignity. As our Telkom Foundation puts it, ICT access, digital skills, and connectivity are engines of personal economic growth. Because if we are able to do this and do it affordably through broadband leadership, which is what our anchor is, especially for the Telkom Consumer and Small Business Division, we know that access actually accelerates. So humanizing technology, ladies and gentlemen, means designing for lived reality, which is affordability, thinking about the over 2,000 languages and dialects that we have in Africa, for our people that still use low-spec devices, and for the very unreliable power grids that we find in most African countries. It's about building for trust and ensuring that the infrastructure is secure. There is data protection. We are building AI that is fair and explainable in African context. And we are building and measuring what matters. We are moving from counting SIM connections and sites to tracking livelihoods that are empowered by what we do here. The jobs that are created, the learning hours that are enabled, health outcomes, and carbon saved. Because, ladies and gentlemen, for us, connectivity is not just the end state. Connectivity is the on-ramp that leads to humanized technology, because humanized technology is the very destination that we aim for, where every additional capacity that we create on the network translates into more meaning in terms of dignity, more income for those that are excluded from the economy, and more voices, African voices being heard and driving the change that we seek. Connectivity, again, is not the end state, but the economic capability that we seek. For humanity must remain the heartbeat of innovation. Through platforms like Telkom Land and Telkom Lightbulb, we turn connectivity into opportunity, from digital education to entrepreneurial growth. Digital public infrastructure must be designed for people, building trust and inclusion into every layer. We must bridge not only access to the internet, but also enriching communities, dreams, and livelihoods through economic capability building. Digital ecosystems are key because they help us to catalyze entire value chains: e-commerce, fintech, creative industries, logistics, SMMEs. We must jointly advance AI and large language models that cover our indigenous languages to enable real-time engagement in every African language in order for Ugogo or Dimati to receive contextual support in a language she understands. And the solutions we build to leverage our youth-rich continent, which means they must be creative and open up pathways for digital careers. And that's why it's important that we understand what are the anchors of creating or humanizing technology. I think one of them, which is quite relevant for us, is hyper-personalization and inclusion. Technology that understands people, whether it understands people in terms of the context in their socio-economic backgrounds, or context in terms of the languages that they speak. When we define and design AI, digital infrastructure, it's important that we combine responsibility or responsible design that accelerates inclusion, but also that we anchor it on ethical governance. It's important that our data models create relevant, affordable solutions, ensuring that no one is left behind because of where they live or what they earn. We aim to drive AI-based personalization, responsibly anchored in privacy, consent, fairness, and transparency. For us, when tech becomes personal, it becomes more powerful. And how do we do that? I think the very second stage is understanding that we cannot do it in silos. Collaboration is Telkom's innovation model. We co-create solutions that humanize technology to accelerate Africa's digital future. We firmly strengthen public service by working together as we enable more remote learning and smart citizen services, improving the outcomes of our communities. Our partnership with Satnac presents more than collaboration. It's a commitment to co-creating Africa's digital future through shared research and innovation. And I think, as Maki usually says, digital transformation is not just about technology, it's about empowering people and grounding innovation in Africa's realities. And that's why I think as Telkom, it's quite pivotal for us that when we think about how do we move then to the next stage, that we bring everyone together, because Africa's ascent is collaborative. Africa's ascent towards sustainable futures is deeply human. And it's important that platforms like this actually are for the conversations that drive that narrative forward, and not just for us to look at the next and best that technology can do. And ladies and gentlemen, as I close, we are quite proud to journey on this journey with Satnac, because we do believe that we don't just create technology, we champion and create possibilities. As we engage over the next 2 days, let us remember that the biggest leap is not is in who benefits from connectivity and the technology leaps that we are making, rural versus urban, male versus female, high income versus low income, indigent versus affluent. Humanizing technology requires that we design for affordability, for accessibility, for linguistics, and accessible tools and devices. Let us focus on data-led, digital-first services for accelerated national digital inclusion. Let us remember that digital platforms, whether it's payments, health, learning, and e-commerce, create multiplier effects far beyond connectivity, because humanized platforms are localized platforms. They are intuitive, they are affordable, and they are enabling. From fiber to mobile broadband, cloud to data centers, this should not be viewed as just mere tech infrastructure. They are human infrastructure. Every tower, every submarine cable, every cloud node is a job, a learner, a clinic, and a business enabled. The next horizon is agency, giving Africans the ability to access information, but not only to access information, but to participate meaningfully in economic and civic life. Beyond connectivity means designing tech ecosystems that safeguard humanity's future, not just serve today's needs. Ladies and gentlemen, let us stop aiming too low. Thank you.
Thanks to yourself, Gugu, as well, for continuing to raise the bar, essentially stressing the point that I think that we have heard throughout this morning about making the circle bigger and making sure that everyone is invited in that circle, both rural, urban, and all. So our next speaker will essentially be building on this, speaking specifically to building diversity into Africa's digital future, AI being at a crossroads. Please let's welcome Edith Duvdevani Aronson, the head of ESG and People's Relations over at Amdocs, and also here's a little bit of an introduction for her.
Leading ESG and people relations for a global telecommunications software giant, she focuses on fostering diversity, promoting sustainability, and improving workplace practices worldwide. Please welcome a thought leader in sustainable and ethical infrastructure, Edith Duvdevani Aronson.
Hi everyone, good morning. First of all, being able to say my name flawlessly is already a success. I have maybe the longest name here today. So good morning everyone. I'm super excited to be here. It's been quite an inspiring morning, and I want to say we're living in an era where incredible digital-driven progress is reshaping every aspect of our lives. And it doesn't just happen. It happens thanks to the work of visionary companies like Telkom and entire ecosystems that work together in order to take responsibility over our shared impact on people, on planet, and on profit. Profit is a good word to use here. Satnac 2025 is all about sustainability, and we've heard since this morning how much it's about the people, how much the human factor is such a defining factor in our ability to maintain a society, a future for our generations and then the generations to come. But the human factor is also combined with the machine. So in case you didn't hear AI enough times today, I want to check how much you're good in lottery. So this is just a short a glimpse into the CEO of NVIDIA's keynote speaking from earlier this year. Guesses from the crowd, how many times was the word AI mentioned in one speaking slot of him? Bets. Let's hear a few.
AI, 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 take AI.
All right, I stopped at 29. The actual number is 129. He's speaking again in a few weeks. Let's see how many times he will say then. All right, I'm giving you a task to try to catch. Okay, so what if I told you what you probably already suspect, that AI has already decided what's going to be the future of this room, of our industry? In not so long from now, and actually in some places it already happens, that AI decides who will get hired, who will get promoted, and also who will stay behind. Now, I know it's a little bit provocative to say it, and it's not 100% true, but roll with me, okay? AI by itself doesn't make mistakes. It also doesn't drive an agenda, for now. AI simply follows rules that were made by people, and we're going to talk a lot about those people, and it follows data. Now, if the data that AI is trained on, and our future, Graham spoke about a lot about data, and you know how much data is already in the systems and what's the future for the data, but still, if the data that AI is trained on is data from the past, and the past was unfair, the past was biased, the past knows that women don't make it to the top, maybe just men can make it to the top, and this is just one example, right? Because this is the past. So when the past, when AI perpetuates the past, so the question is, how can we build it without us? How can we make sure that the future, and in this context, I want to also say the future of work, because I don't think that there is a future without work. How can it work if it doesn't include everyone? And also, who gets to decide for AI? And we're going to talk about it. So, another question to the audience. I'm going to put you a few statements here, and I want to see your sentiment and what you think about it. So the first question is just as a show of hand, whoever agrees with this statement that AI will increase entry-level employment in Africa. Who thinks it will? Okay, a few. Well, I think this is the story with AI in the workplace and diversity. Why? Right? It's kind of a double-edged sword. It can go both ways if we are intentional and we are aware of it. So I can convince you both ways, actually. So in a way, if we are doing it right and we're teaching the youngsters, and there was a lot of conversation already today about youth and youth employment, right, which is so, so important, especially being Africa, you know, being the youngest continent in the world, right? So if we build it right and we are teaching ahead of time foundational skills, right, they can go just, you know, to the next level and already come very much experienced into the workplace. On the other hand, if we're not doing it right and automation will actually take all their jobs, we are not going in the right direction. Next question. This is not an Africa question. Do you think AI will increase opportunities for women? Tricky question. Again. All right, so again, both ways. In a way, right, we just talked about, you know, how AI is trained on data and on the past, but if we actually enable AI to overcome those biases, so for example, screening CVs with no gender or eliminating biases within the machines, actually this could be a great opportunity for women. On the other hand, if we're not doing that, right, so this is where AI could actually continue to perpetuate gaps between men and women in terms of representation. So what are we doing about it? And I want to introduce you 3 personas that we created in Amdocs that really help us in the transformation and the adoption of AI in our workplace and also in the technologies that we build. It's the creators, the influencers, and the consumers. The creators are the geeks, right? The ones that write the code. I happen to be married to a geek, so geek is a very, very good, I think it's a good thing to be, okay? So these are the creators. They build the code, they write the codes, they are the STEM education results. The second are the influencers. Many of them are here in our audience. They promote the agenda. Cases, they come and tell us, use AI because it's going to change your life. And in many consumers or the adopters, everyone who has access to AI. And I want to focus a lot in my talk about those consumers and adopters. But a second, before that, I want to say why are they so important? Because in AI, not like in other technologies, AI is very much learning based on the consumer behavior, right? So if we invest enough in those consumers, in making sure everyone adopts AI, and I just want to say I'm not an advocate of AI here, right? But this is one of the biggest evolutions or transformations that society is going through, and this is important that we don't miss this train. So before we go back to those personas, I want to say a few things about diversity. In the last year or two, we've heard many conversations about diversity, about affirmative actions, about making sure that we're not saving seats. And I want to say diversity, and the way that we drive diversity is in a sense that diverse teams outperform. This is what we believe in, very much believing in. And so when we're doing it right, when we're not saving seats to everyone, we're talking about merit. When we're just eliminating biases and opening the gates and the doors, this is where diversity really drives its purpose. And I want to propose to kind of reframe a little bit the statement for this conversation today and say that instead of diversity being the AI-created problem, as it could be, as we just learned, maybe it could be actually the path to solution. So going back to our personas, well, what happens if any of them are not diverse? Now, I don't think that I need to convince you why diversity matters, but let me just give you a story that you can maybe tell to audiences that are less convinced than you. So you all remember the first generation of phone cameras, right? So the inventors or the creators of it didn't understand why some of the pictures are just upside down. They went, they checked the code, everything looked perfectly fine. And then what did they realize? And maybe some of you know this story. It's not an urban legend, by the way. It's a true story. So I'm a right-handed person, so I took a picture this way. But if I would be a left-handed person, I would take it this way. Then what happens to the picture? It's upside down. And this is to tell us that if we didn't have right-handed people and left-handed people creating the first phone camera, this is what happens. You get some of the pictures being upside down because left-handed people are actually the minority of the population, and they happen not to be represented in this group, and this is what happens to us. Now let's look, from the creators, the influencers, and the consumers, what's going on these days. So there are a lot of data points here, right? Some of them are global, and some of them are really Africa-focused. We have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. And the problem is that not enough women are adopting, not enough African languages are incorporated or embedded. We don't have enough Africa-based talent influencing and creating AI solutions. And I want to say something about, not just women in the world creating, but actually women in the world adopting. Now, I'm looking at this room. We have plenty of women, which is amazing, and kudos to the organizers to making sure that we have a very well-represented room. And I want to say this figure, okay, of how many less women than men are actually using AI. Now, I embraced AI in everything that I do, from the shallowest questions to the deepest questions. And I want to tell you, other than the fact that it made me more efficient, more strategic, some of you would get my point here. In any of your relationships in life, do you have someone that no matter how much you challenge them, no matter how much you disagree with them, will answer you, you're absolutely right, right? For those of you who use AI, a lot of the times this is the answer that you get. So even for that, this is a good reason to adopt it. But this is a true call for everyone and to see what it does, those gaps, the gender gaps, the generation gaps, the racial gaps. These are gaps that we all need to close. But there are some also good news, by the way, right? When we're looking at, for example, people with disabilities, the increase that we see on how much they're adopting and using AI and how much it brings them, or at least remove some of the inequities. So the question is, can AI be inclusive without Africa or without African data? And not like my AI friend that says, absolutely yes. I want to say here, absolutely no. And this is what we came to do here in the next few days. So I want to take you to a model that we are using internally in Amdocs, but it actually applies to everything. If you're moving to a new place, if you're starting a new job, if you just ended up a relationship, or even if you're driving a cross-industry transformation, this valley of despair model is something that I'm sure you can relate to on what happens to us when something is changing, when something new is happening. So it starts with anxiety, because we don't know. And it moves to happiness, then to fear, then to denial. We're very good at denial, by the way, as people. Threat, depression, gradual acceptance, and success. And this is a model that can apply in everything that we're doing, in any change that we're leading. When we looked at it in the sense of what do we want to look at for our workplace or our entire ecosystem, we took a responsibility to see how we are actually transforming some of those negative feelings into positive ones, and from anxiety or fear into happiness and hope. And these are just a few examples of things that we did internally. And the reason why I'm spending time here is because when we look at the consumers, I'm putting aside the creators, okay? And we have many software engineers, but still putting that aside, we're all consumers. And this is all some things that we need to see how we are moving through this a roller coaster of emotions, and how we are transforming our emotions from negative into positive. And there are a lot of things that we can do, and a lot of things that we can take together as an industry to do together, from reskilling to communities, to constant learning and constant exposure of different communities, to rewards, okay? And I'm not just talking in the workplace context, but actually as a society, and also to celebrate our successes, because it's very easy to drown in, in what's not working. And earlier today, we heard how much we need to look at the opportunity, not necessarily at the gap. So, crossing a little bit from the immediate workplaces that we're all managing, and just to say one more thing, there are so many things that we can do, and I mentioned earlier about eliminating genders from, for example, from job descriptions, or to make sure that our searching machines or our recruiting machines are such ones that are eliminating many types of biases, like age biases, like education bias. Graham talked about earlier about the confirmation bias. We can confirm to ourselves, this person learned in this university, grew in that village, and this is why we know certain things about them. There are ways for us to eliminate it actually through the machine. But there are additional ways to do it through the technology that we're building. And here, this room, I'm looking even at the list of sponsors here and others. This room is full with creators of technology and making sure that they're doing it. And earlier, the CEO spoke about, how we are building ethical machines and responsible machines. But I want to spend 2 minutes to talk about a program that I'm really hoping that all of you would want to join us. It's called Yes We Gen. Uri mentioned it yesterday in his cocktail speech. So this is a toolkit that we created in order to attract more girls in middle school and high school into adopting AI. It's already existing in 12 different languages. We really want to see how we can work together in order to embed it. It's a social impact program. Each and one of you in this room can take this toolkit and implement it in your kids' school, in your communities, in your friends. Wherever you can get a slot, just go with it. It's a beautiful, very easy to use a toolkit that actually triggers youngsters to use AI in a very simple way, creating superheroes through AI and coding, basic coding that they don't need to know anything before they step into the room. And I'm really calling on all of us to join forces and to take it. It's obviously for free. This is something we created for the purpose of everyone to use. So when we're looking specifically in the context of Africa, and I feel confident to say it here boldly, and Gugu, you said earlier that we need to make connectivity translates into capabilities. So this is, one of the ways to do it, right? Because the telecoms, this industry, this ecosystem is not just carrier of data, right? They're gatekeepers for digital equality. And when we're looking at, making the gap as an opportunity on how, when we're looking in the context of the complexity of Africa, so many countries, so many cultures, so many languages, being a little bit not late in the game, because there is no late in the game. Everyone is late worldwide. But actually taking advantage of the fact that, by doing it correct from the beginning, so building inclusive AI infrastructure from ground up, ensuring that connectivity is indeed translating into capability, and making sure that we're driving the young forces into adopting AI, changing AI, and again, connecting to many of the things that were said earlier, looking completely different at the technology that we are building and bringing into this world. And I want to almost finish by saying that AI is a mirror. It's a reflection of who we are. We can't blame AI for anything. We just need to make sure that we're doing it right in the first place. And here I want to say, and I hope you all agree with me, Africa doesn't need to catch up. It can leap ahead. If inclusion is designed from day one, and I wrote Serami's, one of the quotes from earlier, so I'm reading it. The future is being built where people refuse to stay behind. And I couldn't have thought of something better to add to this presentation, because I was so inspired on that moment. And if you are a creator, if you're an influencer, if you're a consumer or an adopter, the future of diversity is not written yet, but one thing is certain, AI is not the author. We are. Thank you very much.
Absolutely beautifully put. Thank you so much, Aditi. If you say your husband is a geek and he is the creator, something tells me that you are the influencer in the relationship. No, I won't. But clearly there's a balance that works there. So thank you for sharing that tip. Right now we're going to go into a panel discussion. As you can see, the chairs are currently being set. And it's going to pick up actually from where Aditi left off in terms of speaking specifically about the role of Africa and some of the innovations and solutions and the problem solving that is taking place here. The African way. I think we have heard quite a bit about the importance of us not importing solutions externally for our own problems, about how it is important for us to create our own, because we do have the capability and the ability to do so. The moderator of this panel will be is in a better position to tee up the theme for us of the discussion, and I'll introduce him to you right now, Mr. Sello Makau, Group Chief Digital Officer over at Telkom SA. He's making his way up, and he will certainly also introduce his panelists as they arrive.
Our moderator is the Group Chief Digital Officer at Telkom SA, renowned for digitizing key services, including South Africa's Smart ID card. He is currently leading Telkom's digital transformation strategy. Please welcome the architect guiding Telkom toward a digital and inclusive culture, Mr. Sello Makau.
In the meantime, Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to introduce the panel as, I'm sure you'll show the screen, Nomonde. Nomonde is the Chief Digital and
With over
Information
22 years in risk, strategy and governance and a PhD in informatics, Dr. Didi oversees information security, cyber resilience and technology risk. Please welcome the expert on secure next-generation infrastructure and digital trust, Dr. Brenda Didi. Recognized as the 2024 Visionary CIO of the Year, she's passionate about gender parity and inclusive innovation. Please welcome a powerful voice shaping the future of digital technology and inclusive leadership, Nomonde White Ndlovu. As an agent of change, he has spent years helping organizations reimagine the status quo across Africa, bringing a unique perspective on how to connect blurring industry lines. Please welcome the Innovation Executive at Telkom Group, helping us define the trajectory of Africa's ascent, Naeem Sidat.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. While they are still preparing our panelists, I'd like to start and say, indeed, Africa stands at a pivotal moment. Convergence of its young, dynamic population and the rise of AI offer a historic opportunity to leapfrog traditional ways. Our discussion today is about defining digital sustainability, more so rooted in African context. What does that mean? It means we are building solutions that are not just high-tech, but are fundamentally practical, desirable, and viable for our unique context. Now, with that introduction, with this panelist, it is impossible not to feel energized when stepping onto a stage alongside a panel of such exceptional caliber. As a moderator, having leaders with this depth of experience, real-world influence, is both an honor and a thrill. Their collective perspectives span technology, finance, strategy, innovation, and risk, each bringing decades of wisdom shaped by leading transformation in some of Africa's most complex environment. This is not just a panel, ladies and gentlemen. It is a masterclass waiting to happen. The excitement comes from knowing that every conversation, every response, every shared insight has the power to shift thinking, spark ideas here, and inspire real change. With a lineup this strong, you don't just guide the discussion. You get to witness a brilliance unfold in real time. Once more, give them a round of applause. Welcome to Brenda. Brenda is from Momentum Group. Nomonde from Bidvest Bank. And our own Naeem. It's first for you, Brenda, and Nomonde, how has it been so far?
I must say, I'm loving the conference. I'm particularly excited to see the next part, which is the academic piece. I'm a bit biased there. I'm curious to see the research that we have, the topics that we're driving. But I think I also want to see, going forward, how we use that information, the new knowledge that we have, to better the African context.
Brilliant. Nomonde, how has it been for you?
Thank you so much to yourself, Dr. Maki, and the entire Telkom team. The way you framed conversations today shows real clarity of purpose. So this isn't just a conference. It actually feels like it's a strategic gathering of people who are genuinely committed to Africa's digital future. And it's an absolute privilege to be here.
Thank you very much, Naeem. Welcome again. You were here last year.
Thank you, Selo. It's great to be back on stage with you again. And I think I was taking a walk outside during the break, and it's quite remarkable to see the amount of progress that's been made from last year. So that was the most exciting thing for me, to see how many of the students have actually just progressed tremendously since I saw them last year in Kruger.
Absolutely. Now, to kickstart the conversation, I'm going to look to Brenda and Nomonde. In the African context, what are the most significant ways you see AI and emerging technology actively transforming and accelerating sustainability, particularly across critical sectors such as climate resilience, agriculture, and healthcare? Brenda? Nomonde?
Okay, sure. Thank you for the question. So my perspective is simple. Technology in Africa isn't just about innovation. It's actually about access. It's about dignity and the possibility of a different future for our people. So when we actually speak about artificial intelligence in Africa, I don't see it necessarily as futuristic. I see it as a present enabler of dignity, because sustainability here is actually a deeply human thing. So if you think about climate stability, food security, access to healthcare, and participation in our actual digital economy, and AI can actually provide shifts in that regard. So if you think about predictive power, so the ability to anticipate floods, drought, or crop disease, healthcare outbreaks before they even happen, that's one way in which it can help. Additionally, decentralized access. So if we actually start thinking about telehealth, AI diagnostics, conversational banking, as well as low data learning on a continent that actually requires all of us to learn consistently, as well as hyper-local solutions. So African languages, African crops, African financial behaviors, those are key things that could actually help us. So to me, AI isn't transforming Africa from the top down necessarily. It's transforming Africa from the ground up through inclusion, localization, and practical access.
That's profound. Naomi, maybe just to bring it closer home, how is Telkom utilizing autonomous network, cloud-native services, and AI, not just for business efficiency, but to support sustainable and equitable operation at continental scale?
Yeah, I think, Selo, such an important question, and one which some of the speakers earlier started alluding to. At Telkom, we've taken a dual approach to this by looking through two lenses. The first lens is the lens which a lot of people are looking through, which is the efficiency lens. Yeah. Looking at how these new technologies, next generation networks, autonomous networks, AI, can help us to be more efficient, do more with less, and get the machine to be leaner. I think everybody's looking at that as well. While we're doing that, we haven't missed the opportunity to take that lens off and look through a different lens, which is the growth lens, which is looking at how these technologies can not just be something we adopt, but can be what we use to create that next set of capabilities, products, services, and as Graham mentioned in his earlier keynote, reinventing our business model in the process. And so this dual approach is what we're taking. Looking at it through the efficiency lens, we've got a lot, or many projects going on at the moment across all our businesses, which are really showing a lot of promise in terms of being able to help us do more with less. But the exciting work for me is really looking to the future and looking at trying to crack what are those new products that don't exist right now. What are those new platforms, services that the technology makes possible, which is really the exciting work that's starting within Telkom. And in the spirit of progress, I hope next year, when I'm on stage again, we can share a little bit of the exciting work that will have moved beyond the prototype. I see a smile in the face from our CEO of Consumer here, where we are doing some of this early work. And I think that's really is the approach, which I would recommend others, if there are other organizations in the listening and those online, remember the dual approach. Don't get stuck in the efficiency. Think about how this unlocks your new and your next.
It's about AI for efficiency, but at the same time, AI for growth.
Absolutely.
Now, if I want to, double click on that and, looking at you, Brenda, there are lots of barriers, that we face in different industries. Barriers like connectivity, electrifications, access, affordability. These are still persisting. What practical, scalable breakthroughs in terms of technology or the business model, as they mentioned earlier on, or last mile delivery, have you seen or implemented that really move the needle on digital inclusion for underdeserved communities?
I think what we need to recognize is digital inclusion is not just about the tech.
Yeah.
It's not just about the technology. It's also about the people, right? And it's also about the business models that we implement, as well as the partnerships that organizations can form. I think we've seen across a number of projects that we've seen across Africa where it has worked. There was a mention about mobile money. That has worked very well in the African context. It's used even now in many African countries. That has worked very well. We've seen things such as zero-rated educational and health systems being implemented, where you've got free access to health and educational systems. That has worked well, particularly during the COVID time. We've also seen a number of platforms being provided, health platforms that are free. That is also helpful. But most importantly, we've also seen a community-based Wi-Fi solutions that have also worked well. So when you think of the change in business model and the people and bring the problem closer to the realities of the people and not just the tech, it makes a difference. So digital inclusion needs to involve the realities of people.
Excellent. And Nomonde, those barriers, would you like to share with us anything that you've seen implemented that moved the needle, despite those barriers?
I think if you think about mobile-first low data solutions, those are things that can actually move the needle. I think if we are honest with ourselves, and I am with a MNO today, like a mobile network operator, a lot of our people don't have access to data because our data is extremely expensive. So this translates across, whether you look at our university population, because a lot of our young population that are in universities come from still previously disadvantaged communities. So it's not like there's residual cash at home where your parents can continuously get you onto a contract phone where you can study or you have access to, you know, like a laptop within your room. Our kids still go to the library to actually get access to technology, to actually engage with technology. And even if we try, even from a financial services perspective, where you say that we want to move our clients to digital tools, the reality is not everyone has access to a smartphone either, to be able to engage, because it's safer. We say it's safer if you actually engage with digital tools. But the reality is, and I think Kuku spoke about it earlier, when you have umama who's in the rural areas who doesn't have access to a smartphone, either be able to send money to kids who are actually in Joburg through her pension money. And if I then have to catch a taxi where I'm earning pension, and the money that I make is actually not a lot, that 200 Rand that I actually have to utilize to go to town and then come back is something that impacts your real bread and butter issues within the household. So how we actually design technology needs to actually have that in mind. So what we actually should be asking when it comes to inclusion is, it's not really, can you open an account? What digital inclusion should be asking is, can you participate confidently and safely within the whole digital inclusion ecosystem? And those are some of the things that we actually need to start thinking about, because a lot of us sitting in this room are part of the 1% in this country. So those are not necessarily issues that we engage with on a day-to-day basis, but we need to start thinking about people who don't have access. How do we ensure that we design digital inclusion in a way that includes them and brings them on the journey with us as well?
Excellent. And you've addressed the question about, you know, how does financial services, you know, if you look at Bidvest Bank and, you know, coming back, you know, from Absa and all these financial services, how did they move beyond financial inclusion to really embed true digital inclusion into financial services?
That's me again.
Yeah.
I think you actually need to start thinking about affordability that actually respects context.
Right, yeah.
So not affordability for the sake of affordability. So financial services and the direction of play that we're all moving into comes the whole principle of micro pricing, right? So I can't charge you, let's say, 200 Rand for an account that you have. We actually are now moving towards a pay-as-you-bank solution, because not everyone can afford financial tools or services in the same way that someone who needs a private banker would be able to afford it. Over and above that, I think it's clear that not everyone wants to walk into a branch. So the whole principle of mobile money, and I think in the big banks, it works as like an e-wallet or a cash send from an Absa perspective, where we recognize that you want to have the ability to withdraw from anywhere across South Africa, regardless of whether or not you might have an account. As long as you have a cell phone number, you should be able to get access to money if you need it. And what that also helps with is your family can then send you money from anywhere, regardless of whether or not you have a bank account or not. So I know it doesn't sound fancy necessarily from a financial services perspective, but the whole principle of tools like M-Pesa, if you think about it, while it works very well in Kenya, doesn't necessarily work well here in South Africa. So you actually need to design for what the South African market requires. And again, if you look across the continent, all of the solutions that we design, you need to be focused on what does my country need, not the assumption that if it works well in one place, you can actually translate that across the continent, because that's not actually how financial inclusion tools work. They don't work the same across multiple markets.
Absolutely. Thanks for that. And Brenda, maybe, you know, as I'm listening to the conversation, you know, you can already spot some risk around all this conversation. Now, where does risk management intersect with digital inclusion? I mean, what are the key risks that, you know, as companies, we must mitigate as we rapidly scale digital services, particularly to underserved communities?
Yeah. So the notion of risk management with digital inclusion, that goes together. They go hand in hand. There's just no way we can do digital inclusion without considering risk management. In fact, I would say that organizations have a responsibility to make sure that they implement the right and adequate risk management practices to make sure we safeguard the interests of the people that are using the services and the offerings that we're providing. I think I'll touch upon 3 specific risks that I think are quite important.
Yeah.
The first one being data privacy. It's important that the organizations that implement these solutions or these products are able to educate the first digital users as to what are their rights from a digital privacy perspective. In addition to that, where consent is required, it is important that we build the ability or features that allow for easy consenting, but also for withdrawal, but also create that awareness to people as to what is their right when it comes to that. In addition to the data privacy is security. We understand today globally the need and the threat around cybersecurity. We need to make sure cyber awareness is there. People, when they start using these solutions that we're providing, fall risk to what? To fraud, to identity theft, to scams, and the awareness and the threats that they're exposed to, they need to be aware so that they can protect themselves. But we also as organizations need to protect them. But I think most importantly, when it comes to AI solutions and what we're building or what we're procuring from an AI perspective, we need to make sure that we address risks such as biases, risks that will eventually result in people being discriminated. How we prevent that is that we make sure that the data that we use to train these models are fitting and relevant to the context under which we exist. Because if you don't do that, it means that an organization will implement solutions and products that are not fitting for the context of the area that we're in, or the organization that we're in, or the continent that we're in, and therefore unknowingly create some sort of exclusion in terms of the services and the offerings that we're providing. So I would say security, data privacy, and ethical risk, as well as compliance, are the most important risks that we need to consider at all time as we embark on our digital inclusion mission.
Excellent, and I wanted to expand on that, and looking at you, Naeem, and with AI accelerating at unprecedented pace, how can African nations and organizations effectively embed trust? Something that, our GSO has spoken about it. The issue around data sovereignty and ethical governance, as you have mentioned, Brenda, now into our digital ecosystem now, before they scale out of control, because they care.
And a risk, Selo, which I might add, is exacerbated by technologies like AI, et cetera, that are just moving so fast. And as these technologies mature, we face 2 big problems with it. The first is that we've got this pacing problem, which is the inability to keep track with the fast nature of the changes that the technologies exhibit. And then the other problem, which is really glaring and in our face right now, is the black box problem, that this technology is very much an unknown to a lot of us. We have a good idea of what we put in, sometimes have a reasonable idea of what comes out, but too many of us don't actually really understand what's happening in the middle. So if you're faced with that, I think you've got to shift your perspective a little bit and not look at governance as the enemy of speed or progress or innovation, but rather see it as flip sides of the same coin, governance and innovation. And it's not that, we are struggling, I think, from a lack of, or we are under-governed. I think we're under-aligned, which is the problem we're facing. So part of how we deal with this and create more trust is to close the gap between strategy, execution, products, and risk, et cetera, and get them to work together instead of negotiating between each other. I think that's a really big part. It's a bit of the human challenge. The spaces between our functions in the organization is getting that to work together. And you mentioned sovereignty, Selo. I think that for me is probably the critical challenge of our time. And the decisions we make in this room today, I'm a dad, I've got 2 boys, and I think about their data every single day. And I think about the decisions that folks like us in these rooms are making and how it's going to impact them when they are adults. And they're going to look at me and say, Dad, what did you do to help us stop doing this? So I think sovereignty is perhaps one of the biggest challenges for everybody in the room, for all of us in all our organizations to start thinking about, not just in terms of how do we protect our own company's data assets, but how do we protect the nation's data so that it's not sucked up and consumed into these models, but becomes an enabler on our terms. I think this leads us down the path where our future is not about digital transformation, but it's about digital self-determination. And governance plays a big role in us purposely deciding what our future wants to be as opposed to being led towards that.
Absolutely. And I think, Brenda, maybe just for you to expand on that, how can the African nations and the companies effectively embed trust in data sovereignty and ensure ethical governance?
It's interesting when the question was asked around innovation. Being a risk person, you always hear the question of, are you not slowing us down with the governance? What is the balance? We want to explore, we want to experiment, But what we've seen and how I think of it is that if you look at it in 3 layers, from a strategic point of view, if we make sure that we understand why we're doing what we're doing, what is the value that it would bring, what is the buy-in, and what is our risk appetite, get the top leaders to buy into things much more earlier and be the advocates of it, creates much more streamlined governance. The second part is the operational layer. We need to make sure that when we design these models and we innovate, we build in certain things upon the design phase. We do not think of privacy, security, ethics, compliance at the end. Because when we think of it at the end, it creates a loop where we come back, where we have to reassess things. When you think of it as you design these things and it becomes part of the building principles, it becomes easier for us to move faster in terms of what we innovate. And then lastly, we need to make sure we've got continuous monitoring and assurance. We need to test, we need to validate. To your point in terms of we do not know what these things are spitting out, the black box. Those are things that we need to test and validate and be sure in terms of, can we explain what these models are doing and what they're producing? And can we comfortably tell the users of this how the outcome has come out? So I think in terms of governing it at all 3 layers, allows for a much more streamlined process when it comes to innovation, and better governance then happens at that point. But most importantly, like I say, for me, ethical and compliance, and I'll continue to stress this, is important because it directly impacts the people that are using these solutions in a very personal kind of way. And those are the risks that we constantly need to be assessing and to be looking at.
Great, and maybe Brenda, just to double click on that, as a chief risk officer in a company that has got that level of risk appetite, what specific governance framework or internal controls or even regulatory requirements are you finding most effective for managing this inherent risk of AI while ensuring the innovation, the balance that we talked about?
I think what I've seen, and I'm going to specifically touch on our personal experience, what I've seen that works very well is, like I said earlier on, the top buy-in. But I've also seen that there's quite a few good models. Like we currently using the NIST, AI risk management. Those are models that will assist you quite well in terms of determining things such as your explainability, traceability, market conduct risk and all of that. But I've also seen that there's quite good models, and I'm not sure if I meant to mention that I've seen through Gartner as well, that looks at, for example, what is the AI ethics that we need to look at? What is the AI risk management process that we need to look at? What policies we need to define? And at the most simplest level, the policies and the controls that we implement are the ones that we need to start with in most instances. So for me, oversight, policy defining, and making sure that you've got an operating model to lead these AI initiatives is most important as well.
And I think you mentioned the issue around innovation and balancing with governance. And I'm looking at you, Naeem, and I'm trying to figure out how do we go about a situation where we balance the need for speed in developing and deploying technologies, but at the same time ensure that there is responsible governance without that becoming a bottleneck.
Sure, Sally, you just described the last year at Telkom that you and I had, balancing the need for speed with the need for responsible governance. Maybe I'll draw a little bit on our experience this last year. I think that might be helpful to folks. I think what really helped us was to shift our perspective a little bit and adopt a mantra. And our mantra really is quite simple. It says, think big, design carefully, and act fast. And Amanda, you mentioned the importance of design and designing carefully, because that's really where the decisions made impact on in terms of the execution. And that really has helped us balance. I mean, you know, I remember last year, Sela, when we sat on Kruger on the stage, you asked me the question about AI and how we're going to be approaching it vis-a-vis policy, strategies, frameworks. And, you know, the work we did over the last year is put together a comprehensive framework for the group that helps us to define 25 capabilities that we're going to be building out as Telkom that's going to lay the foundation for our future. Now, we could only do that if we had a big vision, a grand plan and ambition for it, but we designed very carefully to understand the risks, to understand that as part of those capabilities, we need to articulate very clearly what we will and won't do. So, you know, Brenda, you spoke about the why and the what. It's exactly what we did, and that resonates very much with the approach we took, helping leadership to understand the purpose, firstly, what we're trying to do as an organization, and then focusing on the outcomes that we want to drive towards. Before we start diving into the how, before we start getting into the who's doing what, when, where, etc. So I think the balance was really achieved by design. I love that word, and I think that you articulated it very well in what you said earlier. But designing carefully, I think, is the key to this, given how fast it's moving. And part of the design is embedding your moral compass into it, which is rather very important, because we're in this territory right now where anything is possible. But just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I think that doesn't mean you should is going to be driven by what makes you tick and your values and your moral compass, which is going to be very essential as part of that balance.
Excellent. And so Nomonde, just I'm looking and I'm thinking about what all the speakers are saying, or the panelists, and I think resilience is really a very good attribute, both personally and in a work environment. But coming to digital resilience today, it means secure cloud, native operation, autonomous network, and even hardened physical infrastructure. Now, given the finite resources, where should Africa invest first? Most strategically, to build resilient digital foundation for the future.
Sure, Silo. What a tough question. I think if I may bring it into financial services like as a starting point, I think the financial sector is built on risk discipline, as it should, because we have finite resources. If you bring it back to South Africa specifically, I think we're one of the most unequal societies in the world. So we actually do need to be mindful with regards to how we use our resources. So it's important, though, to actually have consideration for things like zero trust, specifically in financial services, because financial services sells trust. We actually, if you can't believe that the money that we have in our ecosystem is safe, I think you're going to say goodbye, because no one wants to bank with an institution or be with an institution where you think that you are unsafe. So I think that becomes critically important, right? Additionally, I think redundancy across critical services is something that then becomes vital. So you want to know that regardless of where you are in the world, you'd be able to transact without the fear of cyber threats coming into your ecosystem and then stealing not just data, but resources that people work very hard for. The other component, which we can't avoid, is actually regulatory collaboration between all ecosystems. So whether it's our banks, our telcos, and our national cyber bodies. I think if you see how well this has actually worked recently in terms of upgrading our financial position and how I think we were grey listed, but everyone worked together to actually ensure that we actually get out of that position. So it wasn't just the financial sector, it was government entities pulling to actually make sure that economic situation, because that serves South Africans better holistically. And then Naeem and Dr. Brenda, you spoke about multi-cloud strategies as well to actually ensure that we avoid single points of failure. this also goes back to, I suppose, country sovereignty as well. You want to, again, try and protect the very limited resources that we have. I know it sounds like, why would you actually start with security? But we have to. We have finite resources, like you said, and if we, as South Africans, don't do our best to protect it, then where do we go?
And those examples are applicable to, across, all the industries. And I'm going to come back to you in terms of how have you seen digital resilience in financial sector. But let me go to Naeem and really get his view in terms of, with these limited resources, where should Africa, invest first?
Big question, Selo, and also limited resources under conditions of extreme uncertainty.
Yeah.
I think we're living in a world which is sometimes defies logic when we start looking at the forces around us at the moment. And I think this resilience, we've got to change our approach to how we go about doing it. It's not going to come from a spray and pray approach. We've got limited resources. We've got to be smart about where we put that money. And we almost got to have like a surgical precision as to where we're putting the scarce resources that we have. For me, if I could wave a magic wand, I think that resilience is going to come from our people. We have this amazing young workforce that is emerging, but we will not get the value out of it if we're not dialing up education and dialing up healthcare. Education, well, they need the skills, they need the competencies to be able to deliver value in the future. But let's not forget healthcare, because if average life expectancy in our part of the world is lower than other parts of the world, it means our people are not living longer.
Yeah.
And if they're not only are they living longer, they're not being productive longer. And so our potential is constrained by the fact that that we just don't live as long as people in other parts of the world, and we, on average, get sick a lot earlier than our counterparts in other parts of the world. So that resilience for me is pretty key. I think the panel done a really great job of articulating some of the other requirements. As Telkom, we've been doing our part to address the connectivity challenge, which is really difficult. You can't get into the digital economy if you don't have fast, reliable, affordable broadband. And that's where we as Telkom have put a stake in the ground and are driving that heavily. But the other elements of literacy, I think we can't overlook that as well in terms of building resilience, both basic adult literacy, language literacy, numeracy. These are still elephants in the room that we've not addressed sustainably. Neither is there, consensus around whether we have enough electricity to take us into the future. Not just basic electricity to connect a home up so that we avoid, heaven forbid, the L word coming back, but the power that's going to be required for our data centers, for us to be part of this digital future. I think those barriers for us are things that we should spend more time in the room figuring out unique solutions that are uniquely African and are, as this panel implies, gives us the opportunity to express the African way, the unique African way in which we solve these.
Thanks. I know we're running out of time. I'm just going to throw one last question. And in short, just, from all of you, what is that one bold call to action for policymakers, academia, or industry leaders listening here? What would be that one bold call to action? I'll start with you, Brenda.
One call to action is to come back home and be realistic in terms of the needs of Africa. One of the things that we need to realize, if we want to go on this journey, data is important. We need to invest in data. We need to understand what is our data, and we need to get to a point where we also protect our data so that we can design systems and solutions that are specific to us and our needs.
Amanda?
For me, I would say be interested. A lot of the time when you engage with people who are policymakers and not necessarily within the technology sector, they'll tell you, I don't know what technology involves. But the reality is, if we're to build digitally inclusive systems, it's not just a technology sector problem. It becomes a country problem. And I think Naeem touched on this. If you look about the issue of electricity, if you don't have the correct infrastructure, anything like AI or functional tools that are meant to help us become obsolete. You actually cannot build off of an infrastructure that is not effective to build upon. So this has to be something that you are interested in understanding so that we can co-create an Africa that all of us can be proud of.
Naeem? Stella, for me, it would be a pragmatic approach that we need. I'm a big fan of the Pareto principle. And I think when I look to the future, I think 80% of the value that we want as a society will come from 20% of our citizens in Africa. I think the big challenge is how do we find that 20%? How do we galvanize around them, support them, nurture them, and give them everything they need so that they can create the future in which the rest of us, 80%, can benefit from their brilliance. And so that's what I would dream about.
Absolutely. I think, really like the conversation we had, and there are some few, key takeaways, and, I think it's very clear that Africa stands at a pivotal moment. And unlike, other regions with aging population, we've got a very young and digitally receptive population, and that offers a powerful competitive advantage. Energetic workforce, capable of rapidly adopting and shaping next generation technology. But what is also more important is achieving this will require an African context AI models that reflects local languages. The group CEO was talking about that. I saw a paper, the large language model from University of Zululand outside, fine-tuning LLM for Zulu-speaking nations. And that's very important, and that should be supported by strong data sovereignty frameworks that ensure that continent owns and governs its data for resilience, trust, and strategic autonomy. Now, in this journey as Telkom, we play a fundamental role by expanding affordable connectivity, cloud-native infrastructure, autonomous network, while financial services, as representatives are here, deepen digital inclusion through accessible, secure, and human-centric financial ecosystem. Now, we can't do that without mitigating the risk, Brenda, and from cybersecurity, as you mentioned, fraud prevention, to ethical AI governance, both become essential to protect underdeserved communities and ensure responsible AI. So I think ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's digital destiny will be shaped by its people, its data, and its ability to collaborate across the sectors and the borders. As the African proverb teaches us, quote, rain doesn't fall on one roof alone, close quote. Our digital progress must uplift whole continent. As Telkom, with our partners here, we will resiliently and unapologetically do it on our own terms. Thank you very much to the panelists. And thank you for listening. Thank you to the chair, the group CEO, the academia, and everybody. We really appreciate and listening to this conversation.
And thank you to you, Sello, and thank you so much, Brenda, and Namonde, and Naeem, absolutely, for that masterclass. I think it was thoroughly enjoyed. It has taken us right to lunch. It is around 1 o'clock right now, and a perfect opportunity for us to just take pause and reflect and digest the food for thought and the food that our stomach also needs. Can I just ask that we reconvene again at 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. this afternoon, in the lunch break, if you do have an opportunity, and if you haven't yet done so, please do go through the exhibition area with the students, and also upstairs where the exhibitors are at their stands. We'll see you at 2.
In the remote. Is 172.
As I said, we are sort of close to the finish line of what has been an impactful day one, and actually I'll also reflect on some of my key highlights and standout moments today in just a short while. But the digital train on Africa's Ascent is continuing right now, and we've got around 2 more stops to go before we call it a wrap for today. Bless you, sir. And the very first speaker who will be picking things up before us right now will be addressing the gateways that are driving sustainable digital transformation. His name is Sandile Msimango, Vice President and Chief Executive Officer of IHS South Africa, of course. And here's a little bit of a background of who he is before he addresses us.
With over 20 years in mergers and acquisitions and corporate strategy, he was instrumental in MTN Group's towers monetization strategy. He brings unparalleled expertise in infrastructure investment. Please welcome the strategic leader advancing the physical infrastructure of Africa's digital transformation, Sandile Msimango.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed academics, distinguished industry leaders, and aspiring innovators, good afternoon. My name is Sandile Msimango, and I'm standing in front of you this afternoon in my capacity as the CEO of IHS Towers in South Africa. Now, just a little bit about IHS Towers, for some of you not familiar with us. We are an emerging markets tower co, whose roots are firmly in Africa, having been founded in 2001 out of Nigeria by 3 entrepreneurs. Today, we're present in 7 countries, having disposed of a few small portfolios in the last year in Peru, in Kuwait, in Rwanda, and also gave up our license in Egypt. So if I was standing in front of you 12 months ago, I would be saying that we are present in 11 countries, but we're currently in 7. And that has left us with a little over 37,000 towers across the portfolio, most of them, about 45% in Nigeria. As I mentioned, we were founded out of Nigeria. It's a privilege for me to address you this afternoon here at Satnac, a platform where theory meets practice, where students' ideas meet industry expertise, and where collaboration sparks the next wave of ICT innovation in Africa. Now, I heard earlier that Satnac is in its 27th year, which means when it first started, I was only 2 years old. Not quite. I kid. Now, the topic this afternoon is not only close to my heart because I've seen just the difference infrastructure makes, but also central to South Africa's digital future. Beyond steel, gateways driving sustainable digital transformation. Now, when most people look at a telecoms tower, they see a very tall steel structure, silent, stoic, still. But for those of us in the industry, we know different. We know that a tower is not merely a piece of infrastructure, it's a gateway to opportunity, a gateway to inclusion, to economic growth, to safety, to education, to innovation, indeed to the very promise of a digitally enabled society. For students here with us, every project you present could one day rely on the networks that these towers support. For academics, your research informs better, more efficient, and more sustainable solutions. And for industry leaders, every innovation and investment drives forward Africa's digital transformation. I'd like to speak to you about how the role of towers has evolved, how sustainability has become a strategic imperative, and how, together with partners, we are building a digital ecosystem that lifts communities, grows businesses, and transforms our continent at large. We see towers as enablers of national progress. South Africa is in the midst of a very profound technological transition, All of us would have heard this often, how connectivity is no longer a luxury, it's an essential service. But all of us in here also, we know areas in this country that are still not connected. And towers are the foundational layer that makes that possible. But the true value we deliver is not just measured in the tonnage of steel or the kilowatts of backup power that we provide at these locations. To us at IHS, it's measured in a child in a township or a rural village accessing e-learning, watching a chemistry experiment on YouTube because their school doesn't possess a science lab, a small business owner reaching new customers online, a farmer using IoT devices to improve yields, a hospital connecting patients to remote specialists, or a job seeker finding opportunities through digital platforms and being able to email their CV when previously they wouldn't be able to. We say that we are building the scaffolding of possibility, brick by brick and connection by connection. Now, new towers are required to be green, efficient, and resilient. Ladies and gentlemen, as connectivity grows, so does our responsibility. The next era of telecoms infrastructure must not only be sustainable, must not only be scalable, but be sustainable. And that means transitioning into renewable energy, reducing diesel dependency and lowering carbon emissions, implementing energy-efficient passive systems, building climate-resilient sites that are able to operate under extreme conditions that we now face, designing modular, flexible structures that are ready for 5G, edge computing, fixed wireless access, and the burgeoning world of IoT. Sustainability is not just a corporate checkbox any longer. It's a business imperative, a national priority, but most importantly, it's a contribution to the well-being of the next generation. Digital inclusion as an economic engine. South Africa cannot fully realize the benefits of digital transformation if connectivity remains uneven. The digital divide is no longer just a statistic, but it's a social and economic fault line. Our role as infrastructure partners is very clear: to expand coverage into underserved areas, support operators with cost-efficient and shared solutions. My customers always like to hear this. Work with government and communities to accelerate rollout, enable equitable access to the digital economy. Every tower we deploy in a rural or peri-urban area is more than just an asset. It's a catalyst for inclusion. The foundation of infrastructure sharing is very much important for a more affordable digital future. One of the biggest shifts of our industry is a transition towards shared active infrastructure. Tower core-enabled networks create efficient benefits that everyone, operators, consumers, and the environment benefit from. With a shared model, operators can reduce their CapEx, their capital expenditure, and focus on service innovation. Communities get coverage faster and more reliably. The country benefits from less environmental impact. The model, the sharing model around towers, is the backbone of a sustainable digital transformation. And it's one that our country and Africa in general is uniquely positioned to accelerate. We are partnering for a connected future. Telecom infrastructure has never been a solo endeavor. It's built through partnerships, public and private, global and local, technical and human. To unlock the full potential of our digital future, we must strengthen collaboration amongst government, who enable efficient regulation and spectrum sharing, operators, who drive innovative services and accelerate adoption, communities supporting site access and security and long-term sustainability. It pains me sometimes that when we need to go and service our towers, our infrastructure, we have to be escorted by armed guards to go to infrastructure that is serving the very communities that it sits within. And we have to do better in this respect to educate our communities around the importance of this infrastructure. the energy sector, aligning on renewable solutions and leveraging AI to optimize energy use while reducing costs. You can count that as one mention of AI. Investors helping to scale the infrastructure that delivers both returns and impact. Together, we can architect a digital ecosystem that reflects the aspirations of our country and the continent. So what's our vision at IHS? Looking forward, our mission is clear: to build infrastructure that does more than stand tall, but infrastructure that stands for something. We stand for connectivity that empowers, technology that includes, energy solutions that preserve, innovation that uplifts, as well as partnerships that endure. Through our partnership with Project Isizwe, we're helping empower schools with connectivity solutions, enabling digital platforms, supporting literacy initiatives like NABU, and creating access to digital tools that help young learners prepare for the world they're inheriting. Because the future of connectivity is not defined by the steel in our towers, but by the opportunity that flows through them. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, I want to reiterate that we are in an era in which telecoms towers are not just structures, but sustainable gateways to digital transformation. When we all reflect on the insights that have already been shared and will be shared here at Satnac, we need to be reminded why this conference remains one of the most important catalysts into South Africa's digital ecosystem. Because Satnac is where boundaries of research meet the possibilities of industry, where the rigor of academia meets the urgency of real-world needs, and where the next generation of African engineers and innovators begin to take shape. Satnac is challenging us and continues to challenge us to think boldly, collaborate deeply, and innovate responsibly. And at IHS Towers, we are up for that challenge. And if we do it right, if we collaborate, if we innovate, and we commit to sustainability, then the digital future of South Africa and the continent will not only be brighter, but fairer, more inclusive, and more resilient. IHS Towers is going beyond steel. We are opening gateways to a connected, a sustainable, and a prosperous Africa. I thank you.
Your family, your partner there, a company, I forgot to load the data bundles, sir. But fortunately, just as you finished, the message that you had to carry was delivered. Thank you so much, Sandile, for that. It's a wonderful presentation. And we move on to our very last presentation then for the day. And it will speak to connectivity and going from connectivity into intelligent infrastructure. And the gentleman who will be delivering it for us, no stranger to the room, and aptly ready, Mr. Nitesh Singh, Managing Director and Lead Communications, Media and Technology at Accenture Africa. Hold on.
A seasoned executive leading large-scale business implementations across Africa for over 2 decades. As the lead for Accenture's communications, media, and technology practices in Africa, he specializes in AI, big data, and telco cloud. Please welcome the expert who drives digital transformation to unlock continental growth, Nitesh Singh.
Good afternoon to the Telkom executive team and all the esteemed colleagues in the room today. So I think, if we listen to all the great speeches this morning and the panel, there's a lot of talk around AI. But today I want to talk to you guys about what's behind AI. How do you make, what really drives AI throughout the world? And I'm going to talk to you guys about data centers and data centers in Africa, and how critical this is to actually drive the AI world right now. So if you think about, globally, we're seeing there's three key factors in the AI world, right? So we're seeing hyperscalers that are driving cloud adoption. And you can see the likes of Microsoft and AWS and Google. They've been landing data centers all across the continent. We're seeing lots of sovereign data strategies emerging throughout the world. And I think if you look at the regulatory environment that we live in today, you look at it from all over the world right now in Europe, and you look at the East, sovereign data is important. I think it was interesting at one of the earlier videos today when I think one of the university students was talking about how important it is that he has his software, his data on this infrastructure, right? And that's what really matters here. And lastly, the telcos. The telcos have been redefining connectivities for the last 30-odd years now. And I guess the question is, and we've been talking about it today, how do African enterprises lead? Not follow, lead in this rapid shift. I'm going to talk a little bit about, some of the GDP growth that we're seeing throughout South Africa and Africa. But if you look at, our GDP growth is about $410 billion, our, population group of just over 63 million. I think what's starting to get a bit interesting is our top 10% earn just more than 65%. Our financially vulnerable is 1 out of 3. I'm going to show you guys a really interesting video at the end of the presentation that's going to talk a little bit about this and some of the collaboration we're doing. Even more startling, our bottom 50% are less than 10% of our national income. When we look at our GDP outlook, Africa stands out. We'll see, and I'll show you guys this just now, 6 of the world's 10 fastest growing economies are here in Africa. We have 77% growth in the middle and affluent markets for the next from 2020 to 2035. But I think, what caught me out was that last point. By the turn of the century, 1 out of every 2 people born will be born right here in Africa. When we look at emerging markets, and you can see there's notable growth in Africa, if you look at the top left-hand quadrant there. If you look at the GDP growth that we're seeing, and this is just the African countries, South Africa has been quite subdued compared to the rest of Africa. But if you think of the, South Africa and Nigeria and Ghana, and Egypt, those are kind of the 3 large GDP areas. But you can see quite a lot of spikes now in 2025, some good growth coming out of some of the countries throughout the continent. If you look at that bottom right, this is where it starts to get interesting. It's around, urbanization at pace and how populations are changing. And that's happening in our continent. And it's happening fast, right? So this is something to take note of. And we spoke about it earlier, at the bottom left there. 1 in every 2 people will be born in this continent. So what does this actually mean to us? When you think about our, data centers, and this is actually quite startling, we have less than 1% of AI infrastructure in the world, compute infrastructure in the world. And that's very startling. You're looking at, Korea has, I think they're the world's largest. They have a 3.5 gigawatt data center right now. And, other countries around the world and the Middle East right now, they're building somewhere 1.5, 2 gigawatt AI infrastructure compute centers, and we have just less than 1%. We have 0.5% of the global market share that's served out of Africa. Now, remember, at the turn of the century, what we said, we're going to have 1 in 2 born in Africa. This simply, it's just not enough. If you look at the compute capacity in, China and the USA, they account for somewhere around 60%. 30% in Asia, and Europe at 10%, and we still 1% in Africa. Something's got to change. We can see there's significant growth, right? In the Africa data center market, this is going to grow quite rapidly, almost doubling from 2024, 3.5 billion, close to 7 billion in the next 5 years. So that's about 11% compound growth. It's very significant. So how do we get there? What do we need to think about? If we think about all of the telcos around the world, here in South Africa, in Africa, what needs to be done? How do we actually do this? So the entire landscape has shifted. As we're seeing, AI is driving unprecedented demand, compute demand. These workloads require more and more high-density GPUs. You can see the rise of companies like NVIDIA and AMD and becoming global behemoths now. There's these hybrid architectures that are forming now. If you think about cloud infrastructure, public cloud, private cloud, disaster recovery being closer, this all talks back to this data center demand that we're seeing. From a telco perspective, real-time network analytics, I think the panel was talking about software-defined networking and what's happening in that world. Automation and customer insight. There was an interesting discussion or speech just now by IHS, edge intelligence at the tower level, exchanges, etc. I mean, this is where the world is going. Now, if you think about where we are right now, we have to modernize these data centers. It's almost a must for 5G. I mean, for network automation, for digital services growth. You have to modernize them. I think this is quite critical now as we move to the new divide. So there's challenges though, right? If you think about where we are today, there's still outdated legacy systems and practices out there. We know in Africa there's a large talent shortage. It was quite interesting. I was actually listening to Sarami at the B20 with NASPERS, and it was interesting. One of the gentlemen who was there spoke about that we are training African engineers who are now training the guys in the US. And that was amazing to see. That means we have the talent in Africa. And we got to believe that. There were so many world's firsts done out of this continent. And we spoke about mobile money earlier, and many other great innovations. And so we have the talent in here. I think that's important for us to acknowledge. To get this right, though, we do have complex vendor ecosystems. You're locked in by vendors. Pricing changes, restricted licensing models, all of those things need to change. And of course, lots of financial constraints. Budgets are squeezed. We need to demonstrate that return on investment. And lastly, IT, the landscapes are just very fragmented. There's a mix of public, private, multi-cloud, edge platforms, et cetera, et cetera. So the environment is very, very complex right now. But now we're starting to move to this world around, what are the characteristics of an AI-ready infrastructure world? So it's easily consumable, it's adaptive, it's resilient, it's secure. We're starting to see, resilience in the infrastructure, it's seamless integration, managing insights throughout the platform, enabled by modern shared software-defined network, or software-driven network. That's where we're going to. That's where all the networks are going to right now. Platform-based and AI-infused. And I think also very critical is powered by modern ways of working. So all of these are kind of the characteristics of what this compute actually needs. And I think why this is important, I'm going to show you guys a video just now that was done here in South Africa that where all of this starts to come together, where we're looking at what do we need to do as an industry to give back. So to embark on this, you do need a strategy, right? So I think, if you look at a lot of operators, a lot of data center providers, they're starting to transform on this journey. We have our current infrastructure landscape. I would guess most of where I see the South African infra players are on the extreme left there, automating, scaling, transforming. What we need to do is to start moving to the right. And we need to start, evolving the infrastructure, starting to get these modern application landscapes in place, modern infrastructure landscapes in place. But this is where I guess it gets really interesting. You have to start with a cost optimization play. I think this is fundamental. When you look at, saving, then you need to put that saving back into your transformation. And I think, this is where you're going to unlock all these efficiencies. Now, without, a strategy defining this is where it becomes tricky. But you're going to reduce your complexity. You have to, free up capital to grow. And this is the telcos of tomorrow. This is going to become vital to fuel their growth. You have to do that. AI at scale, building secure, responsible AI capabilities. So talent, as we said, critical. We need these governance frameworks in place. As these things develop, we're going to need that. And the last point I think is also critical. It's ecosystem of partners working together. If you look at the telco landscape, it's one of the few industries that was made up of an ecosystem of partners, right? Worldwide, partners came together to launch these networks. I applaud what Telkom has done over the past year, 60% earnings growth, giving back to shareholders. But we need new revenue streams. It's a very competitive world right now. If you look at, the markets that we have throughout Africa and South Africa, 3, 4 operators fighting for market share. New revenue streams will come out of this growth. So there's cloud and edge solutions, GPU as a service, platform monetization, et cetera. But all that comes back from modernizing these data centers. And lastly, then, inclusive growth. The infrastructure has to be sustainable. They're using a lot of power. If you think of what Africa has as resources, but to power these data centers, we've got to think smartly about the energy that we need. And resilient business models. And this cycle will continue as we actually plan out these networks. So we've started, as Accenture, working with some organizations in the space. Cassava is one of them, where we're looking at launching some of these GPUs throughout South Africa and then 4 other countries throughout the continent. And we've been, I think an interesting one is the one right at the bottom. Where I'm seeing a lot of learnings coming from is actually the East. Indosat in Indonesia. Massive learnings from these guys. In fact, this is the learnings that we're using as we try to think about how these data centers will evolve. But these guys are actually transforming Indonesia at scale now. I think we're going to get to the end of this now, but has anyone ever heard of a town called Phillipstown? Anyone know Phillipstown? A few people, one person. So this is very exciting what I'm going to share with you guys now. But Phillipstown is a little town in Northern Cape, about 4,000 people. And I guess over the last decade or so, lots of big businesses moved out of the town, extreme poverty. This town has something that was quite remarkable. They have a Grand Prix, a wire car Grand Prix. And as Accenture, we wanted to, we spoke about collaboration and what do we as an industry do? And the takeaway from this for me is, how do all of you guys, contribute to these Phillipstown type of initiatives out there? And we're going to share a little bit about the Phillipstown story now.
In the remote heart of South Africa is Phillipstown. Google Maps has 2 images. Wikipedia's entry is 172 words. There's not much there, so kids often turn to alcohol and drugs. In 2010, to give them something else, the town decided to hold the world's first ever Wirecar Grand Prix. Kids spend the year making their wire cars and then race them 3 kilometers around the town. For 14 years, only the locals cared about it. So we asked ourselves, how can we change that? In 2024, we started following 8 kids and documented their journey to the race. Behind the scenes, we digitally mapped the town and its surroundings. And when race day came, we tracked each wire car with special sensors, showing exactly where they were at any point in time on the track. We did all this with something bigger in mind. We wanted to change the race, the kids, and the town into something more. To share their race with the world and the race with the kids, just as they imagine it. To do this, we used the data from the race, and then using CGI, we turned the actual race into a fully virtualized world. And the kids and their wire cars into larger-than-life drivers with personalized cars to reflect their characters. A virtual Grand Prix on the streets of Phillipstown itself. Every straight, every turn, every crash. The way the kids see it in their imaginations. Featuring F1's official commentator, Alex Jakes.
And they're off and racing. Where did he come from?
Then we surprised the kids with a virtualized race at a premiere screening, filmed to complete a feature-length documentary to be streamed on Amazon Prime. But we didn't stop there. Using the digitally mapped town, we created a mobile game, allowing anyone to experience the excitement of driving a wire car, while generating income from donations and in-game purchases. And we created the Phillipstown Wire Car Foundation, with new headquarters and its own wire car racetrack to ensure the future of wire car building and racing by teaching new generations to make wire cars. And these wire cars with accompanying merchandise will be sold on an e-commerce platform to the world. All revenue generated will be channeled directly into the foundation, uplifting the kids and the greater community. Our goal, to create a project of pure self-enablement for an invisible race to become a powerful and enduring event, and an invisible town to become a global stage.
Thank you very much. I think that is the power of what we spoke about all of today. This is why the Satnac conference is so powerful, because as an industry, all of us here, we all have jobs. We don't need to do this. But we have to do this. And it's about building out the infrastructure. It's about, real world, life-changing use cases. This is what this was. And I encourage all of you to contribute to these type of programs. And thank you very much.
Well, I think quite a powerful closing and a powerful finish there. I think bringing home what we have heard today, of course, about the power that we have to create our own solutions to our own challenges. I'm not going to, unless you want me to, I'm not going to do the exercise of what your key highlights were at this present moment in time. I think your ending was so powerful, and let it just savor. What I will do is give you homework, and I will ask you tomorrow morning when we reconvene again, what were your key highlights? What were the thoughts that you think will also usher us into day 2 of the conference? But we have come to a close today of what has been a really powerful and really insightful and I think fun first day of Satnac 2025. We do, at this present moment in time, before I do release you, if you haven't yet had the opportunity to do so, there's a whole lot going on outside this room, as you would have seen. Please do engage in it. Please do immerse yourselves in the experiences as well. And please do partake in some of the industry challenges that are outside as well, and contribute to some of the solutions that the inventors and the creators are trying to seek. I also want to bring your attention once again to the app. I'm not going to ask about downloading, but I just will tell you that this evening's activities, everything that you need to know is on the app. So I'm not going to tell you anything. If you want to know what's happening tonight, please download the app. And those who have downloaded it, I'm sure I'll see you later on this evening. Suffice to say, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you literally for your patience and your attention throughout the day. Do give yourselves a big round of applause, and I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow, day 2. All right. Okay.